Hello. Good morning, beautiful chatters. Happy Friday. Hopefully you're having a lovely day, ready for some tricky gym action. Hello. Yo, thank you, Brandon Alaskan Hero, for the tier 3 sub, 53 months. Yo, what's up? Congratulations, you got this day off. That rocks. Appreciate your continued support, man. Thank you. We've got a lot of really cool stuff going on today, and by that I mean we've got a lot of really cool cards that have been revealed. That's right, Snow Hazard and Clayburst have been completely revealed. So that's pretty dope. These cards are going to be mostly included in our upcoming Paldea Evolved Scarlet and Violet sets, which will be the set that is released, I think, before Nationals. Let's see. Paldea Evolved set June 9th. So June, July. Yeah, should be legal then for Nationals. Do you guys want the GLC shirt? Is that what you want? It's Friday. You want the Born to GLC shirt? Is that what you want? We could do it. It is Friday. I'm not terribly opposed. It is Friday. Am I allowed to show off my back tattoo on stream? I think so, right? I'm saying we could do it all in one. This is a one-time Tricky Jim takes his shirt off. No nips? You can, just no nips? All right, so for those of you wondering, this is the shirt. Okay. There we go. This shirt was sent to me. It was just sent to me with no context. Yeah. Zero context. I just received this at the shop at Full Grip Games. So, you know what? It's Friday. We might as well. So I'm going to have a custom hat sent to me by fans and a custom shirt sent to me by fans. This is going to be an incredibly powerful day, I think. All right. You guys have earned the back tattoo. It's Friday. You know, I want to... There we go. Hold on. Let's see. There it is. There we go. Man, now we got the entire custom fit on. Man. Now this fit goes crazy. There's too much custom text. There is way too much custom text on this fit. That's for sure. Way too much. Yeah. Honestly, the hat goes totally crazy. Yeah, it's powerful. I was thinking I should wear... Do you think... All right. Yes or no question. I need 100% response in the chat. It's true. Yeah, Frank from 30 Rock does kind of look like that. Yeah. How did you already know, Chef Boyardee, where I was going with this? All right. Would they, TPCI, let me wear hat on stream? Yes, no. All right. Would they let me wear this hat on stream? Say I'm at EUIC and I bring the hat. Why would they not? I'm advertising their product. Well, they can't know they don't know my intention. All right, the votes are coming in. We have 68% of respondents saying that TPCI would let me wear the hat. First Amendment rights, that none of that matters. What are you guys talking about? TPCI, free speech has nothing to do with it. You guys are acting like total boneheads. This is not a free speech question. This has nothing to do with free speech. This is a question about whether TPCI, a private company, would let me wear this on their stream. and the event is happening in London. Okay. So here's the thing is that apparently they've started to allow jerseys and stuff. Apparently, they've started to allow jersey. I haven't actually seen it yet, but apparently. Socialism is when no hat. Apparently, they've started to allow jerseys. So if they've started to allow jerseys, that means that they've loosened up a little bit, you know? Before, TPCI was incredibly uptight about what you could wear on stream. So uptight. The most uptight that a corporation could possibly get. That's how uptight. Like, you got a Nike check mark on your jacket, you gotta put a piece of duct tape over that. You got a shirt that I've never heard of, yeah, you're gonna have to put on a Pokemon shirt. Yeah. Yeah. So apparently they've been loosening up. Well, not other games allow for jerseys and sponsors and things like that. You know, Pokemon was the only Pokemon. You don't need a right to display a logo. Just like, do I need a right to wear a Nike shirt on my stream? It's like players wear clothes. You don't need rights to wear clothes, dude. They've been loosening up on it, though. So, what I'm thinking is this isn't branded or anything. It's not branded at all, which is why I was, which is why I think that they might let me wear it. It's not branded. It just says that I'm the #1 Pokemon trading card game live fan. Yo, thanks, Jake, for the sub and the 41 months. What's the best card from Paldea Evolved? This guy. Bramblin. Look at him. Isn't he nice? I think he's nice. I think that there's at least a 50-50 chance that they let me wear this hat if I make it on stream. $50-50 shot. The tumbleweed is cool. I'm not going to lie. I forgot that the tumbleweed existed until I saw his card. Why wouldn't they let me? Fun police. They wouldn't let me because the fun police would say no. I should go in with the hat backwards and then, you know, win a stream match, and then mid-stream match, you spin it around. I think, listen, I don't think they'll stop me. I think they'd let me wear it. That's my summation. I'd be so sad if I bring the hat all the way to London and I couldn't wear it. All right, we got new cards. You guys want to talk about the new cards, or you want to hop straight to Pokemon Trading Card Game Live? Thank you, Captain Yak Sparrow, for that Prime sub in the year. Why would PTCGL be the problem? They call it that. All right, we're going to do another poll. What you want to do? New cards or PTCG Live? The best way to play. Dang. Dang, they really don't let you type not a lot of freedom with the poll respondents there. Okay, we got chat voting. What do you want to do? You want to talk about new cards? You want to play some Pokemon Trading Card Game Live? Oi, bruv, you've got a license for that. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I played in the Gym Leader Challenge. Tournament at Full Grip Games last night, which was a lot of fun. And I won with my water deck. So that was sick. This is the list that I played. I actually, if I'm being completely honest, I accidentally played Wash Energy instead of Splash Energy. But it was unintentional. So I got into the... I got like halfway through the tournament. I hadn't used it incorrectly yet. But like I had my Wash Energy attached to one of my Pokemon, and Jack asked me like, yo, what does that energy do? I was like, that's the one that puts it back into my hand. If it gets knocked out. And he's like, are you sure? And then I looked at it. It was like, oops. Yeah, thank you, Shadowfax, for the Prime sub. Yeah, this is the list I played. I was teched out for Psychic. I was really intent on... No, there's no deck list, so I didn't get disqualified or anything. I mean, because I played the Wash Energy. So it was just like, I just had to play the whole tournament with the Wash Energy. You know? But it's fine. I meant to play the Splash Energy, but I ended up having to play the Wash Energy. Now, the list that I've got here is teched out for Psychic. I've got Silent Lab in here to turn off Wobbuffet with its Bide Barricade ability. So if they try to go early Wobbuffet, I've got Silent Lab and I've got Escape Rope to get the Wobbuffet out of the active The escape rope is also good against Galarian Wheezing. I've also got Hex Maniac, which is very good against Dragapult. So if my opponent tries to come up with Dragapult and make me flip a coin to do damage to it, absolutely not. Hex Maniac, knockout. I do prefer the Vivid Voltage Wailord to the the other one, because it can't be copycatted. So Copycat Mimikyu is like a legitimate problem for the other Wailord, because Copycat Mimikyu can just bop your Wailord. And also, I don't like playing that many special energies, since the basic water energy, I feel like, go better. I did play against Archeops. I beat Archeops in my last round, yeah. Yeah, I was able to gust up the Arkin. They put Arkin into play, I gusted it up, knocked it out with Lapras. And then I was able to pretty much just control the game from there. Oh yeah, Hisuian Basculin, you don't need that card, bro. Straight up. You got Vulpix. Gloria. You don't need Gloria, you got Irida. Listen, there's only 60 cards you can play. That's part of it. That's part of the gym leader challenge for me. There's only 60 cards you can play. Yeah. I think that Vulpix is better than Basculin, in my opinion. I think Vulpix is better than Basculin by a lot. Actually, I'm a huge Vulpix defender. I think Lusamine is one of the most important cards in this deck. Well, you should challenge winning lists. Absolutely. You should challenge all lists. Yeah. I don't like that Kyogre, because it puts the energy back to your hand, and then your opponent can just knock out your Blastoise. I'd rather just, I feel like it's kind of greedy. You just don't need it. Anyways, I was teched out to beat Psychic, and I only ended up playing against like one of them. I really liked the Silent Lab, though, because turning off your own scatter ability was sick. Having a basic Pokemon with 180 hit points that doesn't go back into the deck was awesome. So I love that. Lusamine was insane. The thing about Lusamine is that, all right, for like water, Parallel City is one of your worst enemies. So Chaotic Swell is obviously very good. And then, and Chaotic Swell is just like one of the best stadium cards in the format, I think, because it just like is the stadium stopper, right? So like Chaotic Swell was awesome. And then Lusamine can bring it back. Lusamine can also bring back your Hex Maniac. Lusamine can also bring back your Nessa. I used Lusamine at the end of the game to get me game-winning supporters like multiple times. I straight up, there were many games I just would not have won without Lusamine. The Escape Rope was also very good. Yeah, that's right, Craig. Yeah. Yeah, Lusamine was sick. Also, the Starmie was an all-star. I've heard people talking about cutting the Starmie. Absolutely not, dude. Starmie is so sick. Starmie is like that dude. At the end of the game, resources are tight. I'm gonna need some extra energy. Starmie's there for you. Absolutely. 100% not winning games without that Starmie. And that's part of why the chaotic swell Lusamine combo, like keeping parallel out of there, is like very good. Did I ever scoop up someone other than Italian? Yeah, I scooped up Lapras once to move it. Yo, thanks, Luna, for the Prime sub. One of the greedy cuts I made, well, I used to play Rescue Stretcher and a Rod, and then I cut the Rod. And honestly, I didn't miss it. It was fine. It did make it so that all of your resources were quite important, though. There's like no wiggle room. I also used to play Bucket. I used to play Bucket and Letter, but now I'm just playing Letter. You don't need that Kyogre. The Kyogre don't keep the energy. I don't like that. And also, Kyogre only works if Blastoise is set up. You can't Kyogre with Frostmoth, which stinks. Town map was awesome. Loved that. But yeah, I like this I like this kind of concept of a list. It was fun. It was fun. I think Irida was very good. I felt like I was kind of missing Evo Soda. You know what? Not playing Evo Soda was a little bit greedy. Yeah. There were a couple of times where I was like, dang, bro. Yo, that's sick, Long Dagger. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for the Prime sub. There were a couple of times where I was like, dang, I really do not have. Well, that's the thing. I cut the Evo Soda because I was like, you can't use it on Drizzile to proc shady dealings. So that's why I cut it. But there was a couple of times where I was like, man, I really just need to go get Wailord. But I can Irida for it, I guess. Or Timer Ball. But Timer Ball, I've started to, as the lists have gotten tighter and tighter, I've started to soften on Timer Ball. I'm starting to understand the Timer Ball hate. I think not every deck needs Timer Ball. I know. Well, you only have 60 cards. I've just been flipping a lot of double tails lately. I've been flipping a lot of double tails. A lot. So here's my I feel like the thing about Gym Leader Challenge is that at any given point in time, you probably have 75 cards. Yeah, thanks, Jewish kid. I'm glad you're having fun watching the channel. You probably have about 75 cards that you want to play in any given deck, but at any given tournament, you can only play 60. So that's the thing. Is so before the tournament, I was like, all right, I want to make sure if Jesse Parker shows up with Psychic, I'm going to beat him. So I put in Silent Lab and I put in Escape Rope. And I was like, all right, that's my extra oomph to try and beat Jesse's Psychic deck, which is actually my Psychic deck that I made. And he has the list and is playing it. So I was like, all right, I need to have the anti-Wobbuffet technology in the deck so that I don't lose to Jesse. And so that's what I'm saying. So in any given list, you're only going to be able to play 60 cards. So, like, but you probably have 75 cards that you want to play. And that's part of what makes it fun, is like, you're not always going to bring the same. Yeah, Xeno, I agree with that 100%. Trevor, I don't think that I'm down with the Starmie cut. I don't think I rock with the Starmie cut. Starmie is insane. So good. But, you know, it is something that I thought about. You do have Nessa. And you do get to pinch one spot if you do that. One of the things that I really liked about Starmie is that it's you got the swell and the leucamine. You're fine. Parallel ain't nothing. Parallel ain't nothing. No sweat. Also, your board, when you're paralleled, your board can be Octillery, Starmie, Blastoise, and Attacker. Boom. There you go. You don't even need the Inteleon, bro. You use the Inteleon in the first 2 turns. So then, once you get paralleled, you're just like, all right, see you, Inteleon. That's fine. We don't need you. That's if you get paralleled. You got plenty of anti-parallel technology. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Jesse and I have been talking about putting Parallel City in the water deck. But I think that your damage is too perfect. Like Lapras hitting 130 for 4, Wishy Washy hitting 130 for 3. Yeah, we thought about playing our own. But I decided I think just Swell and Leucamine are better. Parallel City is just that stadium, though. It's just the best stadium in the format. So I think that any deck can really consider it because it's that good. But anyways, this was a fun deck to play. I had a good time playing it last night. It performed well, did exactly what I wanted it to do. It was solid, consistent. I felt like I had lots of opportunities to make skillful decisions and navigate the games with the resources that I needed. So, for those of you that don't know, I am trying to win Full Grip's Gym Leader Challenge League nights with every different type. And yes, I'm going for the min rarity aesthetic with my water list. My lightning list, I'm going for max rarity. I'm trying to win with every type. I've won with water, psychic, lightning, and metal so far, which are 4 of my favorite types. I feel like I've got my lightning list down pat. I feel like I've got my psychic list down pat. I feel like I've got tons of experience with water, so I felt very comfortable with that. I'm very confident with my metal list, so I felt like I got that down pat. That was good. I've tried Dragon once, and I think I went X1, so I didn't win with Dragon. But I could try Dragon. I could try Dark. Fire. Fairy's not a real type. There's no such thing as fairy type Pokemon. There's no such thing. Colorless will probably be one of the easiest types to win with because it's apparently pretty good right now. Yeah, apparently Archeops is kind of broken in whatever format you put it into, because that card should have never been printed, but it's fine. It's fine. We gotta let Colorless have its time in the sun, you know? It is what it is. 6 months ago, there was a different big bad, and 6 months before that, there was a different big bad, so that's fine. Things keep changing. Archeops and Snorlax are pretty nuts together. It's like that, the 1-2 punch of Archeops and Snorlax being printed like within a couple sets of each other. It's kind of like, whoa. Sheesh. So. Archeops is inconsistent. I agree. It is. I mean, that's when I beat Colorless in my last round. It was just like I just gusted the Arc. They tried to set up Arkin. I gusted it up, and then they just lost. Yeah. So it was like it was pretty straightforward. All of the double energies in colorless decks are pretty obnoxious, though. The fact that there are like 3, that's a lot. 3 is a lot. But Gym Leader Challenge has been a lot of fun, and I feel like challenging myself to win with each different type has been like a really fun and healthy way to play the format, because it's like I'm not just trying to it's like that's part of the challenge, right? It's like I'm trying to win with every different type. So it's like I'm trying to invest myself into each type and figure out how to play each type. And it's really hard, It's like really hard to win with all the different types. It's a fun challenge because each type plays so differently and has such different kinds of strategies to it. So that's been a lot of fun, and I feel like that's a really refreshing way to take on the format. So I've been enjoying that quite a bit. Like next up, I'm gonna have to try and win with like dragon or fire or fighting. And I've really been I've been enjoying fighting lately, but fighting is gonna be kind of tough. There are a lot of cool new cards from Scarlet and Violet that I think are very good with fighting, though. There's the new Lucario's insane. And there's the new Annihilate. There's cool stuff. So I might be a fighting gamer next. The dope thing about fighting is that with Palossand, you can just beat Lightning and Dark with like just Palossand. Yeah, you got like 2 matchups are just absolutely free. Because all you got to do is just get the Palossand out and just start spreading 30 and you're totally fine. Fire Mill, though. What if I won one? What if I was able to win with Fire Mill? You think about that? I would be sick, right? I do have Fire Mill built in paper. All right, you guys voted. I know, and we do have a tanky grass player at our league, so fire would help there. Yeah, that'd be good. So I guess we could just do our set review of Paldea Evolved today. We could just do that. That would be fun. The Craig math, I know, right? So basically, we'd have to look at this, and then we'd have to look at triplet beat as well. Cool. Fun. Because our Paldea Evolved is going to be... What's this month? Is it April yet? April, May, June? Yeah, it gets released in 2 months. That's fine. I mean, the thing is like, it's not worth... It's like, if I'm gonna look at all the cards from Snow Hazard and Clayburst, I might as well do it in a way that's like, you know, that I can chop up into a set review for YouTube. So, because it's, you know, it's just a process. It takes a while. So I might as well do it all. You feel? Cool. Sounds good. All right. Hang tight, gamers. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. When I get back, we're going to sit down and we're we are back. Did you guys notice my Tepig? That's what I spent some of my winnings on from last night. I finally got the whole line complete. We got Mr. Pig. We have all three now. Yes. Tepig, Pig Knight, and Embor. All three little piggies. The Tepig looks so cute up there. I'm so happy about him. Okay. Let's do this thing. Set review time. Now, this set is coming out on June 9th. When is the North American International Championships? So it will be NAIC legal. Thank you. All right, cool. A Lechonk. You're so right. I need to get Lechonk right now. I'll get a Lechonk. There should be Lechonk needs to go. You're so right. Just we get the pig ladder. You're so right. I need that. I feel like my fit is looking horrendous right now. I'm like really not vibing with it, bro. All right. I look terrible right now. I don't think I can do it, man. The hat and the flaming texture. I can't do it. I can't. It's so bad. All right. See, it's so much nicer. God, I couldn't do it, guys. Sorry. Okay. Now this is more reasonable. The full. Let's see. How are we gonna do this? All of the cards from Japan's Snow Hazard and Clay Burst set. All of the cards from Japan's Snow Hazard and Clay Burst sets. All of the cards from Japan's Snow Hazard and Clay Burst sets have been revealed. These sets are released. Dang it. Man, I just need to do like a little bit of intro and then we'll just get into it, okay? All of the cards from Japan's Snow Hazard and Clay Burst sets have been revealed. These sets are going to be released in Japan on Friday, April 14th, and they are going to be included in our upcoming Paldea Evolved set, which is due out June 9th and will be legal for the North American International Championship as well as the World Championship in August. So very much looking forward to reviewing these cards, taking a look at some of the most powerful cards from our upcoming sets. This is going to be a very impactful set in the Pokemon TCG since it will be the most recent set for two of the biggest tournaments of the year with NAIC and Worlds. There we go. All right, we did it. Cool. That's all we needed to do. Great. Now let's talk about the cards. Needed to get that little bit in, for the YouTube edit. Now let's talk cards. First up, Snow Hazard. This set has been very hyped. It's got Iono in it. The Japanese booster boxes of Snow Hazard have been selling for over $200. And to help put that into perspective, the MSRP for a Japanese booster box is like $50. So that's like 4 times MSRP. That'd be like an English booster box selling for nearly $500 on set release. That's how hyped this set is. All right, Masquerain, 70 damage, not really doing it for us. Okay, we've got Combi and Vespiquen. Gnar. Okay, up next. Let's take a look at this guy. Let's see, how do we want to... What's like an appropriate amount of zoomed in? That looks nice. That looks real nice, but then the card is kind of too big, right? Yeah, I can't do that. That's fine. All right, we got to go that size. That's good. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at this new Obama. Let's take a look at this new Abomasnow. It is a 150 hit point grass stage 1 Pokemon with a retreat cost of 3. It's got the ability Catastrophic Freeze, which reads damage can't be healed from any Pokemon, both yours and your opponent's. So a nice little anti-healing tech as the game continues to evolve and slow down with various stage 2 Pokemon becoming playable. Cards like Abomasnow might start to see play. In the golden age of the Pokemon TCG, thin 1/1 lines or 1/01 lines of Pokemon used to see play as tech cards to help certain matchups. In current standard format, there's a lot of one-hit KOing going on, so stopping your opponent from healing their Pokemon isn't really a viable strategy. But I can imagine one day down the road where this kind of card could see some play. It's a useful ability in some situations. Okay, that's cool. And then it's also got Magnum Punch, which does 110 damage. Not a great attack, but kind of a neat ability. Serena, 60 damage, defending Pokemon. Yeah, no, it's not great. Bramblin'. Keep on brambling on. Yep, no. Bramblegast is a really cool Pokemon, but he is not very good, unfortunately. So that is going to be a bulk card. Yep. Absorb life, 30 damage, heal 30 damage from this Pokemon. 100 hit points, stage 1, Withering Prison, 3 colorless energy to do 80. Yeah, not even in Gym Leader Challenge will that thing be playable. Poor Bramblegast. Let's check out the new Wo-Chen EX, a basic grass-type Pokemon with 230 hit points. It's got a hefty retreat cost of 4 and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Devouring Ivy, costs 2 grass and a colorless energy, and it does 60 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon for each prize card your opponent has taken. So it ramps up as the game progresses. If your opponent has taken 3 prize cards, you're going to be able to do 180 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon, which one-hit KOs support Pokemon like Lumineon V. And then its second attack, Forest Burn, costs 3 grass and a colorless energy, and does a solid 220 damage. 220 is the modern day magic number. If you want to knock out most basic Pokemon V, you have to do 220 damage. I think the most interesting thing about this card is obviously that first attack, being able to pick off Pokemon on your opponent's bench is always useful. The question is going to be, where does Wo-Chen EX fit in to standard formats? What kind of archetype would be able to use this card most effectively? Evolves from Pika-Blue, all right. Funny. It's true. You could pair Wo-Chen EX with the new Fortress. Is it Fortress? Fortress. You could pair Wo-Chen EX with the new Fortress EX, which knocks itself out and then accelerates a bunch of energy into play. Giving your opponent 2 prize cards would power up Devouring Ivy and then allow you to really attack those threats on your opponent's bench. So that would be an interesting combo. Thank you, Dizzy Nitrum, for the sub. Appreciate you. Thank you. Could do it in Lost Box. True. You could also use Wo-Chen EX in Lost Box Giratina V-Star decks, since Giratina V-Star also uses grass energy. At the end of the game, you could bench Wo-Chen EX and use Mirage Gate to accelerate energy to it, and then pick off a multi-prize Pokemon on your opponent's bench. That'd be pretty neat. Okay. Azumarill, no. Flippity Flip, not into that. Love Disc. Love Disc is a basic water-type Pokemon with 70 hit points. It's got the attack matching, which allows you to search your deck for up to 2 supporter cards, reveal them, and put them into your hand. Maybe in some sort of control-style deck, this card could be useful. Also in limited formats like pre-releases, starting Love Disc, and then using its attack to go search out your consistency cards could be nice, but I don't really see a lot of use for this attack. Ice-Q is a basic water-type Pokemon with 110 hit points. It's got 2 attacks. Its first attack, Headbutt, does 20, and then Ice Block for 3 water energy does 100 damage. Then you have to discard all energy from this Pokemon, and during your opponent's next turn, this Pokemon takes 100 less damage from attacks. Now, the new Baxcalibur is coming out in Paldea Evolved, and Baxcalibur has a Rain Dance style ability, which allows you to attach as many water energy as you want from your hand to your Pokemon in play as you like. So powering up Ice Block won't be too much of a problem. And Ice Block is really good against Pokemon like Cramorant with the Spit Innocently attack, which only does 110 damage. So you can imagine Ice-Q can completely wall off Pokemon like Cramorant that have a relatively low damage output. However, Lost Box decks play a ton of escape rope, so being able to push around Ice-Q will be no problem at all, which makes me think that Ice-Q's effectiveness will be rather limited. I just don't, only 100 damage, and you have to discard all the energy. Nar. Nar. Now, Cetitan is a total unit. This Pokemon is awesome. I love this artwork. It's totally epic. Cetitan standing there looking magnificent in the snowy landscape with the sun in the background. This is an awesome card for Gym Leader Challenge format. Gym Leader Challenge format is a custom Pokemon TCG format. You can find all of the rules at gymleaderchallenge.com. It's my favorite way to play Pokemon cards because Pokemon like Cetitan get to shine. Cetitan has 180 HP and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Icicle Missile, does 50 damage for a water and a colorless. And then Special Horn does 80 damage plus 140 more damage if this Pokemon has any special energy attached to it. So Titan pairs really well with the Wailord that has the special wave attack, which does more damage if that Wailord has special energy attached to it. There's a lot of synergy there. You could build a water-type Gym Leader Challenge deck that utilizes special energy to boost your Pokemon's damage output. Also, 180 hit points is very tanky in Gym Leader Challenge format, and considering that this Pokemon is just a Stage 1 Pokemon, it's pretty easy to get into play. 220 damage, also one-hit KOs just about every threat that you're going to encounter in Gym Leader Challenge format. So I really like the synergy between Titan and Wailord, and I think that there's some promise for a special energy-focused water-type deck here. Cool. Veluza is a basic 130 hit point water-type Pokemon with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Ram, does 20, just a little poke. And then Fillet Corkscrew, cost of water and 3 colorless, and does 120 damage. But if you've got no hand, you can use that attack for 1 water energy. I don't think that playing without a hand is worth it to do 120 damage for just 1 energy. Pokemon like Cramorant can spit innocently for no energy. All you have to do is have 4 cards in the Lost Zone. So I think that Veluza is kind of a funny haha card and not actually any good, because having a hand is just something that you're going to want to have. A brand new Rain Dancer has arrived. Baxcalibur has got a brand new Rain Dancer has arrived. Baxcalibur is, what do we say about Baxcalibur? All right, it's like he's good. He's a dinosaur. He's ice. There's no such thing as ice type. It's water type in the Pokemon TCG. We got this new ice-type water lizard thing. Baxcalibur is here. Rain Dance is back. And more stylish than ever, since Baxcalibur and its pre-evolutions are going to be getting some fancy new Kamiya Illustrator rares. Love it. Baxcalibur is now going to be the strongest Rain Dancer in Gym Leader Challenge format as well. I'm sorry, Blastoise. It's been an incredible 10 years. But power creep finally got the best of you. Baxcalibur has 160 hit points. The ability, Baxcalibur has 160 hit points, and the ability Absolute Zero, which reads, as often as you like during your turn, you may attach a basic water energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. So this means that you can accelerate as many water energy as you can draw into to your Pokemon in play as you like during your turn. You just have to set up a Stage 2 Pokemon. In Gym Leader Challenge format, that's no problem. And Baxcalibur will easily slide into just about every water deck in Gym Leader Challenge format, because this kind of ability is very popular in Gym Leader Challenge format. In Standard format, I think that Baxcalibur actually has some legs as well. We haven't seen these kinds of abilities see success in Standard in quite some time. The last successful Rain Dance deck was probably Raybor Rayquaza EX Emboar, which was a deck like 8 or 9 years ago. So it's been some time. Now, Rillaboom had seen some success, but Rillaboom is different. Vikavolt saw some success, but Vikavolt is different. Both of those Stage 2 Pokemon accelerate special energy. Now, Rillaboom and Vikavolt had seen success in the Sun. I'm not incorrect here, right? No. Rain Dance has not seen success since Raybor. Literally, it's been since Raybor. Oh, was there a Moist Mewtwo? What was the Rain Dancer? No way. Frostmoth? Oh my god, it was Frostmoth, and then you had to... Oh, that deck was a meme. That wasn't real. And then you had to, like, move the energy, because Frostmoth can only accelerate to water Pokemon. No, that was terrible. Arceus is different. Arceus, I mean, good God, that was like a turbo. I mean, I guess Arceus. Yeah, okay. Well, that's what I'm trying. That's what I was getting to that point. Like Rillaboom and Vikavolt saw success, but they come from the deck, just like Archeops. So that they're not Rain Dancers. They're different. Rain Dancers is from the hand. That's the way I think about that. Anyways, all right, cool. Rain Dance is back. We've got Baxcalibur from the upcoming Snow Hazard set, which is going to be in our Paldea Evolved set. Man, I don't need to reset it. Rain Dance is back, and Baxcalibur is bringing it back. Baxcalibur has 160 hit points and the ability Absolute Zero, which reads, as often as you like during your turn, you may attach a basic water energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. So you can attach as many water energy as you can draw into to your Pokemon in play with Baxcalibur. Now, these kinds of Rain Dance style abilities have seen success in the past, but not in a long time. There was the original Blastoise from Boundaries Crossed, which saw success alongside Black Kyurem EX, Keldeo EX, and eventually evolved into a World Championship winning Archie's deck that was kind of turboed out, and you could get Blastoise into play on the first turn of the game. It was kind of nutty. And then there was also Raybor, which used Emboar's Inferno Fandango ability to accelerate fire energy onto your Rayquaza EXs to take big one-hit knockouts. But there hasn't been a real dominant Rain Dance style deck in quite some time. We've seen Stage 2 Pokemon that accelerate energy into play that have been successful. There's Vikavolt, which was paired with Rayquaza GX. There was Rillaboom from the Sword and Shield block that was used to accelerate energy onto Pokemon like Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team GX, and that saw a decent amount of success. But those Pokemon accelerate energy from the deck. We haven't seen a true Rain Dance style ability that has seen widespread success in quite some time. And I'm really excited for Baxcalibur because it seems like the format is evolving into a place where these kinds of Stage 2 strategies will be able to be successful again. And Baxcalibur seems like it's going to have a lot of support in our upcoming Paldea Evolved set, like with this Chien-Pao EX that we have right here, which we're going to look at in just a moment. Baxcalibur is also the new most powerful rain dancer that water Pokemon. Baxcalibur is also the new most powerful rain dancer that water decks have access to in Gym Leader Challenge format. So, sorry Blastoise, it's been a wonderful 10 years, but Baxcalibur is just that new Pokemon on the block. It's got 160 hit points where Blastoise only has 140. Its attack Buster Tail does 130 damage for 3 energy, where Blastoise has to have like 7 energy attached to it in order to do 130 damage. So Baxcalibur, in a lot of ways, is just a power-crept Blastoise from Boundaries Crossed. But that Blastoise was released over a decade ago, so I think that's okay. And some water decks may choose to play both Blastoise and Baxcalibur, since they both have the incredible Rain Dance style ability. Whatever, Vikabulu, alright, fine. Chien-Pao EX. Look at those teeth. How does Chien-Pao EX. Would you just look at those teeth? How does Chien-Pao EX eat dinner? I mean, how do you even snack on some food when your fangs are literal daggers that are over a foot long? It doesn't make any sense. It's not really, logical. But that's okay. Chien-Pao EX has 220 HP and the Trembling Cold ability, which reads once during your turn. If this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, you may search your deck for up to 2 basic water energy and put them into your hand. And then its attack, Hail Blizzard, for 2 water energy, does 60 damage times the amount of water energy you discard from your Pokemon. Dang. Then its attack, Hail Blizzard, costs 2 water energy, and you can discard any amount of water energy from your Pokemon, and it does 60 damage times the amount of water energy you discarded. So Chien-Pao EX can take massive one-hit KOs, and it obviously pairs really well with Baxcalibur, since Baxcalibur can rain an infinite number of water energy from your hand to your Pokemon in play as you want during your turn. Chien-Pao EX even searches out the water energy for you with its Trembling Cold ability so that you can get those water energy out of the deck, then accelerate them into play and take big one-hit KOs. I'm definitely getting Blastoise, Black Kyurem EX vibes from the Chien-Pao EX Baxcalibur combo. I was a big fan of Black Kyurem EX with Blastoise back in the day, so I'm very much looking forward to piloting a Chien-Pao EX Baxcalibur deck. This deck will continue to get support as well as more water-type attackers get printed, and Baxcalibur can accelerate water energy to any type of Pokemon. So really any type of Pokemon that needs energy acceleration, Baxcalibur can accelerate to that Pokemon. But Chien-Pao EX coming in with the firepower for the Rain Dance deck is really exciting, meaning that you will have the option to take massive one-hit KOs with your Baxcalibur deck. Slowking is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. When I saw the movie Pokemon 2000 and Slowking was talking with its brain, I fell in love with Slowking. And then I played Crystal version and I got myself a Slowking. Slowking is sick. I love this Pokemon. Unfortunately, this card is kind of mid. It's a Stage 1 Pokemon EX with 270 hit points, and since it's a terrestrial Pokemon, it's got that little bench barrier effect, which, keeps it from taking damage on the bench. It's got 2 attacks. Its first attack, Profound Knowledge, costs 1 psychic energy, and it does 30 damage, and your opponent's active Pokemon is now confused. And then its second attack, Wisdom Headbutt, costs 2 psychic energy, it does 130 damage, and you can search your deck for up to 2 cards and put them into your hand. So, Slowking EX could be used in some sort of control-style deck, but honestly, Togekiss VMAX had the same kind of attack and wasn't very good. There was also a Metagross VMAX, which had a similar kind of attack and wasn't very good. And both of those cards, honestly, seem better than Slowking EX. What Slowking EX has going for it is that it evolves from Slowpoke, and Slowpoke evolves into a bunch of cool Pokemon, like the Slowbro from the Pokemon Go set, and the Slowbro from Scarlet and Violet, which heals damage off of your other Pokemon in play. So if Slowking EX has any legs at all, it'll probably be because Slowpoke evolves into a bunch of cool different kinds of Pokemon. Metagross VMAX does the same thing, right? Pretty sure. Nope. Why was I thinking that? Oh, Zap Traction, search your deck. Yeah, all right, it does the same thing. But it does. It searches your deck for 2 cards. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's close enough. What did I say about Slowking? Extremely handsome. Extremely handsome. That's what I said about Slowking. Extremely handsome Pokemon alert. Slowking could use some pants. Pokemon do not need pants. Why would a Pokemon have pants? Pokemon don't need pants. They're wild and free. Oh, it's a line from the movie? Oh, that's fun. Because he's cold, right? That's funny. All right, fine. Scraggy has pants? That's his skin. This new Gothitelle is really cool. It's a Psychic type Stage 2 Pokemon with 150 hit points. It's got the ability Astrology, which reads, once during your turn, you may look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck, and then you can put one of those cards at the bottom of their deck and one of the cards back on top of their deck. So you get to control the cards they're drawing in a kind of way. And then its attack Psyban does 120 damage, and you discard a random card from your opponent's hand. I really like the idea of this card in Gym Leader Challenge format because it's a card that can discard random cards from your opponent's hand, which is really good in a singleton format where every card in your opponent's deck, except for basic energy, is going to be a one-of card. It also does 120 damage for 2 energy, which is pretty good damage output in Gym Leader Challenge format. You really want to be hitting the 130 number, but with a card like Muscle Band, you can easily push that 120 up to 140. It's got a minus 30 resistance to fighting, and with 150 hit points, it's a pretty formidable attacker. With other control style cards like Delinquent, you could remove your opponent's hand and then kind of soft lock your opponent by controlling the cards that they draw. So I like this card in Gym Leader Challenge format. I think it's a really unique card with a unique effect and could be used successfully by players that have, control on the brain. In standard formats, the ability could be very useful in control decks generally, as you're trying to stop your opponent from drawing the cards that they need. Gothitel's astrology ability could be very impactful for doing that. I do also like this card in standard formats. Gothitel's astrology ability could be great in control decks for controlling the cards that your opponent draws, putting the useful cards on the bottom of their deck, and then sticking them with cards that don't help them to get out of the situation that they're in. Of course, setting up a stage 2 Pokemon in standard format in a control deck when Gormandai's Snorlax just rotated out of standard format is going to be a little bit of a challenge. So I do think, at least for now, Gothitelle will probably see more traction in Gym Leader Challenge format, where the format is a little bit slower and Stage 2 Pokemon really prosper. There's a new Mimikyu with the Safeguard ability. Safeguard prevents all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon EX and Pokemon V. So Pokemon EX and Pokemon V cannot touch the Mimikyu. I think that Safeguard is relatively useful in some situations. Control decks love a good Safeguard Pokemon, but Safeguard Pokemon have been really underwhelming lately. I mean, Miltank has seen some success in Blissey decks, but that's about it. In decks where you try to make your Pokemon as difficult as possible for the opponent to knock out. But there are so many different ways to get through Safeguard, even on Rulebox Pokemon, like Mew VMAX can just Max Miracle straight through Safeguard. We've got Duraludon VMAX can just G-Max Pulverization straight through Safeguard. There are a lot of ways to get through Safeguard Pokemon right now. And Pokemon EX are going to be really unique because they evolve from single prize Pokemon. So you can have a Growlithe, for instance, and that Growlithe can evolve into both Arcanine EX and a regular single prize Arcanine. So EX decks are going to have even more options for getting through Safeguard, since they might also be paired with single prize attackers like Gardevoir EX, which also plays the... what is it? What's the name of the ability that the Gardevoir has? Where you draw the cards. Shining Arcana. Thanks. Yeah. The problem with Safeguard in this format is that EX decks also have a really easy time getting through Safeguard Pokemon. If you just look at Gardevoir EX decks, they play both Gardevoir EX and the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, which means that you'll always have an option to hit through a Pokemon like Mimikyu in a deck like Gardevoir EX. Mimikyu does have an attack, Ghost Eye, which places 7 damage counters on your opponent's active Pokemon. All in all, I think Safeguard Pokemon are in a really underwhelming spot in standard format right now. If you guys see me retaking lines, it's because I'm recording for a YouTube video. I'm just doing it live. Yes. So, like, sometimes I'll retake stuff. That's just part of... You're watching the sausage get made, okay? You're behind the scenes right now. You guys are behind the scenes. You're watching... You're basically hanging out... We're all hanging out while I'm filming a YouTube video. That's basically what's going on. Yeah. We're going to edit out all the bad parts in post. But this is the most fun way to do it, because if I wasn't live, then I would be... You are helping. That's what I'm saying, Gazer. You guys help a lot because I miss stuff constantly. So I really like it. I really like doing this stuff live, because then if I miss something, you guys point it out. And then it's like I get to bounce off what you guys are saying. So I really like that. You're unpaid interns. Exactly. It's just like that. Yes. Tricky gym turns. Yes. Uh-huh. Excuse me, I paid to be here. I'm paying, actually. True. See, it's more like you're paying for behind-the-scenes access. There you go. Can we just all take a moment to appreciate this teacup right here? This might be the best artwork in the set. I'm not even capping. This is incredible. I absolutely love the clay artwork that Maury does. And something about this Synesty being on a table with a bunch of other teacups that are filled with tea, this absolutely owns. I love it. This is probably my favorite piece of art in the set. It is awesome. Thank you, Russ, for the Prime sub and the 2 months. Appreciate you, Russ. Thank you. Synesty evolves into Poltergeist, which has 70 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Antique Collecting, allows you to put up to 2 in any combination of item and Pokemon tool cards from your discard pile into your hand. You can see where the game designers are going with this. I see the pieces to a control deck brewing. You've got the Poltergeist, which gets items back from your discard pile. You've got the Gothitelle, which controls your opponent's top deck. Okay, it's all starting to take form, but will it be any good? I don't know. We're going to have to ask Sander. Yeah, Sander knows. We'll have to ask Sander if it's going to be anything good. It still seems like Control needs a way to draw cards, but we'll see. And then also Sableye just seems like a big problem for all of that. But maybe one day in the distant future. In the distant future, August 2023, when we rotate to Scarlet and Violet on. Yeah. The distant future, the year 2000. The distant future, the year 2000. Binary solo. 0000001 Man, a classic. All right. I heard that Annihilate BX is going to be cut from our Paldea Evolved set. Listen, I'm just huffing insane amounts of copium that it's going to be, that in August 2023, we're all going to rotate to Scarlet and Violet on. That's not true. It's not going to happen. But a boy can dream, okay? Apparently, Annihilate BX is going to be in a box set, so will not be included in our Paldea Evolved set, but we'll still take a look at it. It's got 320 hit points, a stage 2 Pokemon with 2 attacks. Angry Grudge does 20 damage. Angry Grudge allows you to put up to 12 damage counters on this Pokemon, and it does 20 damage for each damage counter you placed in this way. So it can do up to 240 damage for just 1 energy, which is pretty good. And then Seismic Toss for a fighting and a colorless does 150 damage. Invincible Sudowoodo? I don't know about all that. I'm a big Glimmora fan. I didn't know I was a Glimmora fan when I played through Scarlet and Violet, honestly. I saw this Pokemon floating around and I didn't think much of it. But now that Glimmora's got a Pokemon card, I'm a big Glimmora fan. This fighting type stage 1 Pokemon has 130 hit points and the awesome Crystal Break ability, which reads, when this Pokemon is knocked out, flip a coin. If heads, your opponent can't take any prize cards for it. That is awesome. I love prize denial. Fantastic. And then Floral Spite for 1 fighting energy makes it so your opponent's active Pokemon is poisoned and they take 6 damage counters instead of 1. This card could be quite good in fighting type Gym Leader Challenge decks. Fighting type decks love a tanky stage 1 Pokemon that attacks for 1 energy. It's just the vibe in fighting type stage. It's just the vibe in fighting type Gym Leader Challenge decks. Fighting type decks love a low investment attack that does a decent amount of damage, a tanky stage 1 Pokemon that can start attacking very quickly. Glimmora fits the bill just right. It can deny prizes, it can soften up Pokemon. With cards like Verbank City Gym, you can increase the amount of poison damage that your opponent's Pokemon takes even further, which is very cool. All in all, Glimmora is a very cool Pokemon, and it could see some success in fighting type Gym Leader Challenge decks. In standard format, you could create a very frustrating deck for your opponent to deal with, playing 4 Glimmora, right? And then you just keep promoting Glimmora and poisoning your opponent's Pokemon. I'm not exactly sure that this is going to be the most successful strategy in standard format, but maybe it could make for a funny haha deck where you hope your opponent flips a bunch of tails. Thank you, Player One and JT Vanique, for those subs. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. All right, who are the Wings of Union guys? We got Flamigo, Murkrow, and Wattrel. What set is the Wattrel in? Here we go. Okay. Man, it feels good to be back. Night March is back, or Lost March, or whatever kind of marching you prefer. We got it back, and now it's bird themed. Wings of Union. We've got 3 different Pokemon with the Wings of Union attack. There's Murkrow, there's a Flamigo, and Wattrel. Wings of Union does 20 damage times the amount of Pokemon you have in your discard pile with the Wings of Union attack. And since there are 3 Pokemon with the Wings of Union attack, that means that you can have 12 Unionizers in your discard pile, which means that you can do 240 damage. Now, you might be thinking, Andrew, how are you going to attack if all of your Union members are in the discard pile? Well, I'm glad you asked. The Ditto from Pokemon Go can copy their attacks and use them even if they are in the discard pile, which means that you can do 240 damage for just 1 darkness energy. And that's pretty cool. With damage modifiers, you could get up to 270 damage with a choice belt. So maybe this deck will be good. Maybe. Or maybe it'll just lose to Lost Box. I think the problem with Mad Party is that Mad Party, you had to evolve the guys. That was always cringe. What we need is we need more union workers. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. If we could just get more unions, then we'd be better off. Mischief. Battle Compressor, they will never reprint Battle Compressor. Never. Comeuppance? I don't know about that. That seems not very good. That's cool. While we're here, I'm going to take a minute to talk about this Bronzor. He's nice. He's got 70 hit points, a retreat cost of 2, and the Mirror Draw attack, which allows you to draw cards until you have the same number of cards in your hand as your opponent. I actually think that this is going to be the new optimal Bronzor in Metal-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. And that's one of the fun things about Gym Leader Challenge format is that you can always keep your eye out for new little guys that can help your deck. Now, there are some pretty good Bronzors to choose from. Most notably, there is the Bronzor with the Evolutionary Advantage ability, which reads, if you go second, this Pokemon can evolve during your first turn. It's only got a retreat cost of 1, and it has 50 HP. If I'm being honest, I think that this Bronzor with the Mirror Draw attack is much better than the Evolutionary Advantage Bronzor. You rarely get to use Evolutionary Advantage effectively, and even if you do get to evolve Bronzor into Bronzong on the first turn of the game, you rarely have Metal Energy in the discard pile that then you can accelerate into play with Bronzong's Metal Lynx ability. I think that having the ability to draw cards with just one metal energy if you happen to open Bronzor is much stronger. And then 70 hit points is also really nice. And the Bronzong's actually not even worth talking about because he ain't him. Okay. Corviknight has 170 hit points and 2 attacks. The acceleration attack does 50 damage. If your opponent's Pokemon is knocked out by damage from this attack, prevent all effects of that attack. Corviknight is a Metal type Stage 2 Pokemon with the acceleration attack. It does 50 damage, and if your opponent's Pokemon is knocked out by damage from this attack, you prevent all effects of attacks, including damage done to this Pokemon during your opponent's next turn. And then Spinning Bird does 200 damage, and you have to discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. Making your Pokemon invincible is pretty good, but this is a very situational attack. You have to take a knockout. You're only doing 50 damage. It evolves from colorless guys, so you can't really play it easily in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's a neat Pokemon card, but all in all, I think that the attack acceleration is a little bit too situational. Nothing like a huge 300 hit point elephant in the room. Caparaja EX is an absolute house. This thing is massive, gargantuan, mammoth, all of the above. It's got the ability Bronze Body, which makes this Pokemon take 30 less damage from attacks. It is a Stage 1 Pokemon with 300 hit points that takes 30 less damage from attacks. This thing is going to be really difficult to knock out. Then it's got the attack Nosequake. That's pretty funny. It does 260 damage and 30 damage to each of your benched Pokemon. That is a massive attack on a massive Pokemon. You could power up Caparaja EX in a Lost Box deck. Lost Box decks are already playing Zamazenta for its Retaliate attack. So they're already running Metal type energy, and playing a Caparaja EX wouldn't be a problem at all. It also gives you the option to do a massive amount of damage, and it gives you a Pokemon that's not easily KO'd in return. So I think Caparaja EX has got some real potential. This Pokemon is probably just too big to fail. Earthworm. I'm not going to lie. When I was playing through Scarlet and Violet, I did not like Earthworm. It's a gross worm Pokemon. But now that Earthworm has a Pokemon card, I'm starting to come around. This dude is really cool. He's got 130 hit points, but he can have much more. The nutritional iron ability reads, if this Pokemon has 3 or more metal energy attached, it gets plus 100 HP. So this little worm can actually be a really big worm if you have 3 metal energy attached to it. It can have 230 hit points, and then its attack Shoot Through does 100 damage for 4 colorless energy and 30 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. I don't think that Earthworm will be any good in standard format, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, this thing's got some legs. No, it doesn't. It's a worm, but it's got potential. Earthworm can be paired with Galarian Berserker, which has the Steely Spirit ability, which makes your Metal-type Pokemon's attacks do 20 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. That raises Earthworm's kind of middling 100 damage output to a much more respectable 120 damage. And then, with a card like Fighting Fury Belts, wait, he's got arms? This thing's got arms. It's got legs? Earthworm's got legs? No. Those are arms. Those are not. Holy smokes, it's got legs. Oh my God. How was I? This should be illegal. Then, if you attach a tool card like Fighting Fury Belts, to your Earthworm, it will be doing 130 damage, and you give it 40 more hit points, meaning that your Earthworm will have 270 HP. That's a big worm. And I think that that's going to be really fun in Metal-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. Dun-dun-dun. Sparse. 270, right? Yeah, you got 130 plus 40, 270. With the Fighting Fury Belt. Am I tripping? 230 plus 40 is 270. I'm not talking about Cape. I'm talking about this. Cape would give it 280. But I think giving it the extra 10 damage is actually pretty... 130 plus 100. It's got an ability that gives it 100 more hit points. Yeah. See? 270. All right. Dunsparce and Dunsparce. Wow. I can't believe my dude Dunsparce really glowed up and got a nice extra lump added to his body. How cool is that? Dunsparce is a nice basic Pokemon. It's got 70 hit points and the Find a Friend attack. Finding a friend is nice. Always nice. You get to search your deck for a Pokemon, reveal it, and put it into your hand. It's not quite as... sick as the legendary Dunsparce from Sandstorm with the Strike and Run attack, which put 3 basic Pokemon straight onto your bench, but still respectable. Finding a Pokemon for 1 energy is a welcome attack to help you set up. And then Dunsparce has 140 hit points and the Mud Slap attack, which does 30 damage. But we're really here for Sudden Flash. 4 colorless energy, 100 damage, and your opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. Then you shuffle this Pokemon and all cards attached to it into your deck. When Dunsparce was first revealed, everybody was talking about potentially teching this card into your Lugia V-Star decks. And why not? You can easily power up Sudden Flash with double turbo energy that you accelerate into play with Archeops, and Paralysis is really good. It can just stick your opponent for a turn if they don't happen to have a switch card, and then they went and revealed Therapy Energy, which Archeops can just accelerate to any Pokemon and completely heal all special conditions from it. So I'm not exactly sure how good the Dunsparce is going to be. It's an interesting card with an interesting effect. We've seen these kinds of hit and run style paralysis effects see success before, but I think that ultimately this strategy of inflicting special conditions and trying to stick your opponent, I think that strategy is played out at this point. Articuno decks have seen their success, and there are more ways than ever to heal your Pokemon of special conditions on the horizon with Therapy Energy, so I think this kind of strategy is more or less played out at this point. Pelipper is a handsome Stage 1 bird Pokemon with 120 hit points. It's got the ability Wind Letter, which reads, when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may either search your deck for a supporter card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, or put a supporter... Pelipper is an extremely handsome bird with 120 hit points and the awesome Wind Letter ability, which allows you to search your deck or your discard pile for a supporter card and put it into your hand when you evolve Pelipper into play. This is a really useful ability. It can allow you to reuse supporters from your discard pile. It can allow you to search out supporters to use for turn if you want to just get your deck going. I think that Pelipper could certainly find a home in control decks that want to reuse supporters from their discard pile, but it might also start to see play in other kinds of standard decks that want to find supporter cards like Colress's Experiment. Thank you, Michael Paul, for that tier 1 sub. I need a drink. Yeah, in colorless control decks, it's like a second Delcatty. It's true. Is Gym Leader Challenge making any headway? You've been away for a bit. There are 3 Gym Leader Challenge events scheduled for the European International Championships, and I just checked this morning, and gymleaderchallenge.com has gotten 20,000 visits in the last 28 days. So that's pretty good. That's 20. I mean, it's been rocking that many views for like a long time now. So yeah, think about it. That's 20,000 people going to visit gymleaderchallenge.com every month. That's people who just want to go look up the rules. 20,000 people a month. That's a lot. So yeah, I'd say it's doing great. That's a lot of interest. That's a lot. Slacking. Everybody's favorite lazy and also angry Pokemon. He's got 180 hit points and the back to bed ability. You can always count on Slacking to have some sort of clause that keeps it from attacking. That's just kind of the thing. Back to bed reads, during Pokemon checkup, if this Pokemon is asleep, you flip 2 coins instead of 1. If either of them is tails, this Pokemon is still asleep. Who doesn't love sleeping on the job? And then its attack, Lazy Headbutt, costs 3 colorless energy and does 240 damage. And you guessed it, this Pokemon goes to sleep. Now, this Slacking probably won't be worth playing in standard format. At least the way that standard format is designed right now, it's still being run by Lost Box, Pokemon V-Star, and Pokemon VMAX, with some of the new Pokemon EX sprinkled in. Maybe one day in the distant future that changes. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, this Slacking is pretty good. It's got 180 HP. It one-hit KOs everything in the format with its insane Lazy Headbutt ability. It one-hit KOs everything in the format with its insane Lazy Headbutt attack. And it has access to a whole bunch of different special energy to power up that attack. Personally, I think that 240 damage is a little bit overkill in Gym Leader Challenge format. You don't actually have to do 240 damage very often to deal with most threats in GLC. I'm still a big fan of the Slacking from Celestial Storm with the Lazy ability, which makes it so that your opponent's Pokemon in play have no abilities so long as it's I'm still a fan of the Slacking from Celestial Storm with the Lazy ability, which makes it so that so long as Slacking is in the active spot, all of your opponent's abilities don't work. And then it's got Critical Move, which does 160 damage, and it can't attack during your next turn. Slacking is a powerful Pokemon. I mean, this is just a powerful card, and this is a nice Slacking as well. They're both great options in Gym Leader Challenge format. Squawkabilly EX. Another handsome bird Pokemon. You know what? Scarlet and Violet has been a fantastic region, era, set. Squawkabilly EX is a very handsome bird Pokemon. There have been some awesome new bird Pokemon in the Scarlet and Violet games. I'm really excited for this new Squawkabilly EX. It's got the ability Lively Draw, which allows you to discard your hand and draw 6 cards on your first turn of the game. That's really cool. It's a great way to kick off the game. It doesn't end your turn, and you can only use 1 Lively Draw ability. So a great ability for helping you to set up. It kind of helps you to skirt around the no supporters on the first turn of the game going first clause. So it gives you a little kick to get that game going, and can help move cards to the discard pile if you're playing like Gardevoir EX and want to get Psychic Energy into the discard pile. Stuff like that could be very good for that. If you're playing the new Wings of Unity or Union Wings or whatever deck, it can help you to get your Wings of Union Pokemon into the discard pile. It's also got the Energy Flow attack for 1 colorless energy. It does 20 damage, and you can attach up to 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. So not only does it help you to draw cards, you can get energy into the discard pile and then accelerate those energy into play with the Energy Flow attack. Squawkabilly EX is a great support. Squawkabilly EX is a great support Pokemon, very versatile, and being a colorless Pokemon means that you can splash Squawkabilly EX into any kind of deck and start accelerating energy as early as the first turn of the game. That's good. That's good. That's a good card right there. Real good. Yep. Squawkabill is good. And it works well with Nest Ball. So you can Nest Ball for it and boom. Just start discarding cards, drawing cards. It's good. It's good. Yeah, it also works with Battle VIP Pass. I mean, Nest Ball and Battle VIP Pass are the most popular ways to get basic Pokemon into play right now. So being able to... I mean, the thing is, I think that Squawkabilly is just a card that you can just splash into your deck that makes it more consistent. Think about how many times you just open like a Nest Ball or something, but then your hand stinks otherwise. Like, Squawkabilly just gets you out of that. Like, that rocks. So honestly, this card is very good. Being able to turn your Battle VIP passes and your Nest Balls into consistency cards, I mean, Squawkabilly EX is the real deal. I think this card is very strong. First turn limitation. Well, that's what matters. The first turn. What are you talking about, first turn limitation? First turn, that's a third of the game. Yeah, that's like a third of the game you can use it. At turn 3, the game's over. Yeah, to be fair, people used to play Crobat and Dedenne. The most often times that you use that was turn 1. Yeah. Yeah, turn 1's when you use those cards anyway. And then if you don't, it's like one of those, it's like if you don't need it, then you just don't put it down. Like if your opening hand rocks, then you don't need it. But it's a 1-card inclusion that can make your Nest Balls just pop turn 1. Which is pretty good. I mean, I think this card's pretty good. Yeah. Super. Oh, and Lugia likes the bird. Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Lugia V-Star likes this card. Oh, God. Why? Why? Ugh. More tools for Lugia. I know. Right now, Lugia is the worst it will ever be, and it's still broken. I know. Like, right now, like, literally, Lugia cannot get any worse than it is right now. And it's still... it's still a top deck. Archeops should have just never been printed. Archeops should have never been printed. Archeops is the problem, obviously. Lugia for putting it into play, but Archeops should have never been printed. I mean, Gym Leader Challenge is even kind of showing that. Like, it's just such a toxic card when it hits the board. Yeah. For sure. If it wasn't Archeops, you would complain about some other top deck. Player 1, I think that's not actually a very nuanced take there. No. If you look at the card design of the Sword and Shield block, they were very intent on just printing the new best deck and format every single set, right? You've got like, I've done this before. We do it again. Look at the Sword and Shield block, right? You've got Zacian came out, and it was like the best deck. Then you had Dragapult come out, and it was the best deck. Then you had Eternatus VMAX come out, and then it was the best deck. And then you had Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX come out, and it was the best deck. And then you had Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX come out, and it was the new best deck. And then you had Mew VMAX? Yeah, and then you had Mew VMAX come out, and it was the new best deck. And then you had Arceus V-Star come out, and it was the new best deck. And then you had Palkia V-Star come out, and it was the new best deck. Then you had Giratina V-Star come out, and then it was the new best deck. And then you had Lugia V-Star come out, and then it was the new best deck. You know what I mean? It was just like every single set had like a new power crept BDIF. I mean, it was like it was very obvious. Like you could just see it, right? You do not need to do that, Game on Mellow. The Pokemon trading card game has been around for 25 years, and not every block is like that. So that's just not true. Right. It's just not true. It's not true. Anybody who says that that's just the way things need to be, that's just not true. Game's been around for 25 years. The Sword and Shield block was like the worst offender of that. Of that kind of game design. The Sword and Shield block, more than any other block, as someone who's been playing since Black and White, I have like I can kind of look more holistically at like the trajectory of the game, at least like in the modern era. And I can say like, without a doubt, the Sword and Shield block was the worst offender of that kind of game design, where they just like print an absolutely broken deck, print a broken counter to the broken deck, print a broken counter, print a new broken deck, print a new broken deck. It was like every single set was just new broken deck, new broken deck, new broken deck, right? Well, this is one of the reasons I'm so excited about the Scarlet and Violet era, is that they seem to be changing that. And that has got a lot of players really excited, myself included, which means that decks like Lugia are going to be broken for a long time because they're not going to print anything more powerful than Lugia. And they shouldn't, and they should not ever do that. They shouldn't. To be clear, they should not print a deck more powerful than Lugia, which means that we got about another couple years of complaining about Lugia, and then it'll eventually be gone, and we'll have a nice, well-balanced format on our hands, right? So it's going to be a couple of years of us being like, oh, that Lugia deck, but then eventually it'll get good, all right? It's going to get real good. All right, let's do a poll. Who is the problem? Lugia or Archeops? What came first, the chicken or the egg? Yeah, most respondents saying Archeops. As for, let's see, trainer cards, cool. Super Rod is getting a reprint in Paldea Evolved. It's an item card that allows you to shuffle up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon and basic energy cards from your discard pile back into your deck. Hooray! This little in-between formats where Ordinary Rod had rotated and there was no item-based Pokemon recovery. It was a little bit awkward having to rely on Clara and Miriam in order to recover Pokemon. Is just a little clunky. Everybody loves a nice Rod card. Now, Super Rod has been around for a long time. Neo Genesis, actually, but it used to do something way different back then. Super Rod, as recent as Breakthrough, allowed you to shuffle 3 in any combination of Pokemon and basic energy cards from your discard pile into your deck. Now, what's important to note is that the text on Super Rod is changing. The way that it used to read, it did not say up to, which meant that if you had 2 Pokemon and an energy in your discard pile and you wanted to play Super Rod, you had to shuffle all 3 of those cards back into your deck, since the up to text was not included on the card. With the new Super Rod, the up to clause, which has been printed on most of these kinds of item cards in the Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet era, has been added. So with the up to clause on Super Rod, it probably means that all of your old Super Rods are going to get an errata, which means that they all operate in an up to fashion now, which just makes this card better than it used to be, since you have more control over how you play it. So Super Rod's getting a buff. Nice. Motivational Lemonade is an item card that you can only play if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, and you get to heal 60 damage from one of your Pokemon. I really like the card design of this. Pokemon said that they were going to work on incorporating more comeback strategies into the Pokemon TCG with the Scarlet and Violet set, and printing more cards that can only be played when you are behind on prizes plays into that. So I like the design of this card, and I think it's really neat. Grusha is everybody's favorite snowboarding gym leader. It is a supporter card that allows you to draw cards until you have 5 cards in your hand, but if you have no energy cards attached to any of your Pokemon, you draw up to 7 cards instead. I really like the design of this supporter card. It's really unique in that it works as a draw card, even if you have energy attached, but in certain kinds of decks that maybe don't rely on energy being on their Pokemon, or in certain kinds of decks that want to have explosive starts before they get energy into play, Grusha could be very good. I am thinking maybe control style decks could play Grusha. It really comes down to what kinds of strategies will be able to utilize Grusha the best. But this is a unique effect. We've never had this before, and filling your hand to 7 is a very strong effect. So I like the design of this card, and it is very unique. You could play Grusha in decks like Inteleon VMAX. Inteleon VMAX has an attack that returns the energy attached to it into your hand. What's awkward about Grusha, though, is that if you have an energy in your hand, you can't put it into play before using the supporter, so it decreases the amount of cards you can draw in that way. If you've got the energy in your hand, you have to keep it, then play Grusha to fill your hand to 7, then attach the energy. So it is a little awkward and clunky in that way, and that's one of the things I don't love about this card. Guacamo is a new supporter card that allows you to discard a special energy from each of your opponent's Pokemon. I love special energy hate. You know, ever since they printed that Lugia fella and the Archeops, more cards that get rid of special energy. Yeah, can't get enough of them. Snow Mountain of Disaster is a new stadium card that reads, whenever a player attaches an energy from their hand to one of their basic non-water Pokemon, put 2 damage counters on that Pokemon. That's a little situational. Really? You had to limit it to basics? Couldn't even be evolution Pokemon? It's okay. I'm not in love with it. Dang, dude. I gotta go clear my throat. And then, dang, bro, I'm barely surviving out here. Reversal Energy is a new... Man, I really am... dying out here, chat. I'm dying. All right. Reversal Energy is a new special energy card that provides 1 colorless energy while attached to a Pokemon. But if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, and this card is attached to an evolution Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box, it provides 3 of any type instead. This is a very balanced card. They said, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't give this kind of explosive energy to Pokemon V-Star, Pokemon V-Max, and Pokemon EX. And I agree with that. More power to the single prize Pokemon. That's what's up. And the comeback potential, I love it. The design of this card is great. This is one of the reasons why people are so excited about this upcoming set, because it seems like Pokemon... It seems like Pokemon is really getting back to their roots with their card design philosophies and creating interesting back and forth games, which is something that the player base has been asking for quite some time. Now, Reversal Energy will probably be good in standard format. It'll also be good in Gym Leader Challenge format. Cards like Counter Energy already see a lot of play, and Reversal Energy is just another more powerful counter energy that can only be attached to evolution Pokemon. I'm really looking forward to seeing the kinds of strategies that unfold. I'm really looking forward to seeing the kind of strategies that unfold thanks to Reversal Energy. All right, I'm going to go get a drink and clear my throat. Hang tight, chats. I'll be right back. back. Let me see if I can make it through the rest of the stream. I don't know what's up with my throat right now. Probably allergies. Weather be changing a lot out here. Come on. We're chilling. I got beverages. I got water. Let's do this. Clay burst. On to clay burst. There's a cute new Jump Luff and Skip Loom in Clay Burst. They both have the float away ability, which makes it so that if any damage is done to these Pokemon by attacks, you flip a coin. If heads, you prevent that damage. Skip Loom has the Flower Breeze attack, which does 30 damage and 30 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. And then Jump Luff has the Fuzzy Wind attack, which does 60 damage and 30 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. I know there are some grass-type trainers out there who enjoy playing spread-oriented grass decks. There are some spread-style attacks in the grass card pool that jive well with cards like that. The Tracking Shot Decidueye comes to mind. It has an attack that does 80 damage and 80 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon that has any damage counters on it already. So maybe these cards will be played in spread-style grass Gym Leader Challenge decks. Fortress EX. Look at this beautiful metal pinecone nugget thing that explodes. It's got 270 hit points, and since it's wearing a hat, it's got this terrestrial ability thing that makes it so it can't be damaged while it's on the bench. And it's got the ability Explosive Energy, which makes it... And it's got the ability Explosive Energy, which reads, once during your turn, you may search your deck for up to 5 basic grass energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. Then you shuffle your deck, then you knock out the Fortress EX. So you give up 2 prize cards, but you get to accelerate 5 grass energy from your deck to your Pokemon in play. That's really enough energy to kind of make your whole strategy off of. But what are you gonna power up, you know? The Slug? What are we juicing with this thing? Giratina V-Star? Fortress EX is a 270 hit point metal grass nugget thing that explodes. And it's got a pretty cool ability. Explosive Energy reads, once during your turn, you may search your deck for up to 5 basic grass energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. Then you shuffle your deck and your fortress is knocked out. So you have to give up 2 prize cards to accelerate 5 basic grass energy from your deck to your Pokemon. There are some really cool cards being printed that interact with how many prize cards you have, or whether or not you're ahead or behind on prizes. So I do like that Fortress EX allows you to play into those strategies. You can force yourself to go behind on prizes so that you can unlock powerful items and supporter cards and accelerate energy into play and create a dominating board position that then you can use to overwhelm your opponent. That's the idea anyways. These kinds of abilities have existed in the past, mostly on Electrode, okay? Electrode is kind of the king of knocking himself out and then accelerating energy into play, but it's time to share the exploding orb position, okay? Electrode can't hog it all for himself. Now the exploding orb goes to Fortress. I'm excited to see what Fortress can do in our upcoming standard format. Spinops. They keep printing Spidops cards. I can't for the life of me find out why. Don't they know that this is the worst Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet? Look how ugly he is. He's so menacing and way too big for a spider. Spinops has the Entrainment Trap attack for 2 grass energy, which makes it so each player shuffles their active Pokemon and all cards attached to it into their deck. These kinds of attacks haven't typically been good in the Pokemon TCG. But I guess it's a way to get rid of your opponent's active Pokemon at the cost of also having to get rid of your Spidops. Camerupt. No. Sorry, Camerupt. As much as I love Camerupt, Camerupt is a cool dude, but this attack stinks. Eruption, 50 damage, and you discard. Each player discards the top card of their deck, and it does 100 more damage for each energy you discard in this way. Ooh, I can do 250 damage. Yeah, if you're lucky. Mostly, you're going to be doing 50 damage. No shot. Gnar. Chi-Yu EX is a basic Fire-type Pokemon EX with 190 HP. It's got 2 attacks. Its first attack, Burning Envy, costs 1 fire energy, and you discard 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck. And then Flame Surge for 2 fire energy, does 100 damage, and you can choose up to 3 of your bench Pokemon and search your deck for a fire energy and attach it to each of those Pokemon. So this guy is pretty cool. Milling your opponent is always fun, discarding cards off the top of their deck. So maybe it could be played in some sort of mill-style deck. And then accelerating energy into play is also very useful. It does 100 damage, so it can knock out little guys like Ralts. It seems okay. I'm not exactly convinced that this is going to be the best card ever, but maybe the format evolves into a place where fire-type decks really need a Pokemon to get the party started, and Chi-Yu could maybe do that. Raichu is a powerful 140 hit point stage 1 lightning-type Pokemon with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Electric Charge, allows you to search your deck for up to 2 basic lightning energy and attach them to this Pokemon. So, perfect for powering up its second attack, Thunderbolt. Give him a Thunderbolt. It does 200 damage, and then you have to discard all energy from this Pokemon. Could be played in Lightning-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. You do have to discard all energy attached to Raichu, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, you got access to both Electric and Flaffy, which can accelerate those lightning energy back into play from the discard pile. 200 damage is a substantial amount of damage. You're going to be knocking out almost all threats in GLC with that Thunderbolt attack. Raichu won't be playable in standard formats, but Gym Leader Challenge could be a home for this electric mouse. Somebody at the Pokemon Company likes... Man, bro. Somebody at the Pokemon Company loves Luxray. They just keep printing this dude. I mean, it feels like every set there's a new Luxray card, and there are no shortage of Luxrays to choose from in Gym Leader Challenge format. In fact, many of them are pretty good. I like this Intimidating Fang Luxray from Ultra Prism. There's also the Rebel Clash Luxray and the Explosiveness. Man, bro, I jacked this one up. Somebody at the Pokemon Company loves Luxray. It feels like there's a million Luxrays now. They just keep printing. Man, Luxray, you never pluralize a Pokemon that's never plural. There's no such thing as Luxrays. It's only Luxray. It's only ever the single. I hate messing it up. Somebody at the Pokemon Company loves Luxray. They just keep printing this dude. And, you know, I'm not going to complain since Lightning type is my favorite type and my favorite type of Gym Leader Challenge deck. And there are a lot of really good Luxray to choose from in Gym Leader Challenge format. I personally like this one from Ultra Prism. But now with this new Luxray from our upcoming set, Paldea Evolved, it really got me thinking about what the best Luxray is. This Luxray is very good. It's got the ability Overflowing Ray, which reads once during your turn. If this card is in your hand and you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, you may play it onto your bench. So if you're behind on prizes, boom, Luxray on the bench. And this Pokemon is really strong. It's got 150 hit points and the Wild Charge attack, which does 180 damage for a Lightning and 2 colorless, and 20 damage to itself. This card is so good, it could be played in standard format as well. We just saw the new energy. What is that new energy called? Reversal energy. We just saw the new Reversal energy card, which can also be played if you're behind on prizes. So if you're behind on prizes, you can pop the Luxray onto your bench, Reversal energy, and you're swinging for 180 damage, which is pretty good, especially if you're using Luxray to knock out a Pokemon that's maybe weak to Lightning. I do think that this Luxray will have more of an impact in Gym Leader Challenge format than it will have in standard format, since 180 damage doesn't really seem like the magic number in standard format. You really want to be hitting 220, or you want to be hitting one of the most significant attackers in the game for weakness. Like, yeah, Lugia V-Star is weak to Lightning, but Lugia V-Star decks have access to Stonejourner, and then you also have the Tyranitar V. So really, you're not going to be hitting that entire deck for weakness with Luxray. I think Luxray is good. This card's awesome. Love the card design that we're seeing on this card. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, you can pair it with cool cards like Magneton, right? And Magneton knocks itself out with its Call Signal ability. So you could use Magneton, knock yourself out, and then put the Luxray into play. And Call Signal allows you to get 3 supporter cards from your deck and put them into your hand. So you could whip up some sort of combo with Magneton where you could get that Luxray into play instantly. So I really like that. And I think it's cool. It's going to be a lot of fun. This Luxray's cool. Oh, he's cute. I like the artwork on this guy. I don't think he's very good. Bellybolt EX is a Stage 1 Lightning type Pokemon EX with 280 hit points. It's got 2 attacks. Its first attack, Jump Press, does 50 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. So a nice little spread attack. You can use it to soften up threats on your opponent's bench. And then Paralyzed Ball for 2 lightning and a colorless energy does 160 damage. And you may discard 2 lightning energy from this Pokemon. If you do, your opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. All in all, this card seems a little bit underwhelming. I'm not sure that it's bringing anything to the table that's going to make it worth building a deck around. But he is handsome. Wigglytuff is a new Psychic-type Stage 1 Pokemon with the Balloon Therapy ability, which allows you to attach a... this was originally translated from the deck. Wigglytuff is a new Psychic-type Stage 1 Pokemon with the Balloon Therapy ability, which allows you to attach a Therapy energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon once during your turn. So it's kind of cute, but being only able to accelerate Therapy energy is pretty limited in a standard format where you got Archeops, which can just accelerate 2 special energy from the deck every single turn. Wigglytuff is just extremely underpowered. This card is not good. Tinkatuff, is that like the combo that's... Nah, man. I don't think so. I mean, like, I guess. Yeah, the card's unplayable in Gym Leader Challenge because you only have 1 therapy. I mean, really bad. So, I mean, we're talking like... It's got to be standard or bust. Like, are you really going to build... Are you really going to build a standard deck with Wigglytuff to accelerate? No, you're not, right? Like, that card is bad. You're definitely not going to build a Therapy Energy Wigglytuff deck. Like, no, dude. I originally thought it read that it was from the deck. And I thought that that was going to be, like, a little bit better. But from the hand... Nah, brah. And it's a big nah for me. As someone who enjoys playing Mew VMAX, I really not excited to see this card. Spiritomb has a history of, you know, having disruptive abilities. And this one is no different. Pitch Black Doom. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be feeling when my opponent puts this card into play. It reads, as long as this Pokemon is in play, basic Pokemon V have no abilities. Yeah, that stings. You know, as a Mew VMAX player, I could deal with a lot. Drapion V, fine. Mightyena, no problem. Path to the Peak, I even play that card now. But Spiritomb, yeah, Spiritomb is doing a lot. Your Genesect V's Fusion Strike System ability just stops working completely. As long as it's in play, it doesn't even have to be in the active spot like Klefki does. Yeah, you know what? It's been a good run with Mew VMAX, but I think it's actually for the best that we're seeing cards like Spiritomb get printed. We got to push out and cleanse the format of the old, overpowered Pokemon V from the Sword and Shield era. Welcome in a new era of Pokemon cards, Pokemon EX, that evolved from single prizers, a slower format with more skill-based decision-making. It's all for the best. That's what I'm telling myself. CLWNNUX says, Mew V is a brain dead deck. Oh, yeah? Well, if it's a brain dead deck, then explain why I was able to earn my World's Invitation with it. As I wipe the drool from my chin. Me wiping the drool off my face before I cut my opponent's deck. I love Palo Sand. Palo Sand, in my humble opinion, is one of the nicest Pokemon there is. A sand castle. A handsome, ghastly sand castle. And this Palo Sand is nice. It's a Psychic type Stage 1 Pokemon with 150 hit points and the Earthen Power Attack, which does 80 damage plus 80 more damage if you have a Stadium in play. This will not be played in standard format, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, it is a playable card. It does 160 damage for 3 energy. With Dimension Valley in play, it only costs 2 energy, and Dimension Valley fulfills the attack boosting thing, making it do 160 damage. So that's nice. Ceruledge is a Psychic type Sword Ninja guy. It has 2 attacks. Life Sucker does 50 damage and heal 30 damage from this Pokemon. I've always thought it was kind of troll when Pokemon prints attacks like that. Like, who's healing 30 damage from their Pokemon with 140 hit point? In what reality do you all live where your Ceruledge takes, like 50 damage and you heal 30 of it? Like, in what sort of reality are we living in where that's like a thing that happens? In Gym Leader Challenge, and then they print this attack on it, Fighting Sword, which does 100 plus 100 more if the defending Pokemon's a Pokemon V. So it's like, in what reality are y'all living in? I guess. Pokemon EX or Pokemon V, yeah. All right. So, yeah, this card is not good. It is not good, bro. 3 energy, you're not even doing the magic number of 220. Like, if you're hitting Pokemon V for boosted damage, you need to at least be hitting them for 220 damage. So, yeah. Tinkaton is probably one of the coolest new Pokemon from the Scarlet and Violet games. I will not be taking any sort of criticism on that take because it is just straight facts. Tinkaton rocks. It's got a hammer. It's pink. It's hardcore. It kills Corviknights. What's not to love about Tinkaton? Tinkaton EX has 300 HP and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Humongous Hammer, does 30 damage times the amount of cards you have in your hand for 2 colorless energy. Now, this is actually a good multiplier. A lot of the attacks that do more damage for the amount of cards in your hand are more like 20 times, but a 30 times multiplier, I feel like we can actually work with that, especially when you combine Tinkaton EX with the Tinkaton from Triplet Beat with the Gather Materials ability, which discards a card from your hand and draw 3, and which discards a card from your hand and draws 3 cards. So with both of those Tinkaton, you could see the synergy happening here, right? You use Tinkaton from Triplet Beat to fill your hand, and then you can smack with Tinkaton EX. I like that. And then Pulverizing Press for a Psychic and 2 colorless energy does 140 damage, and it isn't affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. You know how I was saying that the Safeguard Pokemon are bad earlier in this recording? Well, yeah. See, everybody's got a Shred Attack. Nobody cares about Safeguard anymore. I personally think that this Barboach is really handsome. What about you? That's a nice fish. Look at him. He's just flopping around in the mud. He's so nice. Wow. Is it the new optimal? Is it optimal Barboach? there are. There are 8 Barboach. I was going to say that it is without a doubt the most handsome Barboach ever printed, but then, I don't know. Of course it's Camilla. This is the most handsome Barboach ever printed. Easily. Sorry, but Camilla is just an auto loss, so you can't really compare. You can't compare artwork to Camilla's artwork because you're just going to lose. So it's the second most handsome Barboach ever printed. Yeah, he's nice. Well, this is why the Pokemon TCG is so much better. Like Barboach. What game is Barboach in? Like what Barboach Pokemon game? Violet. Yeah. Like when you like see Barboach in the game, this is what you see. And you're like, cool. I'm not, not really feeling that. But then, look how cool he is. Now that's a cool Pokemon. This is why the video games are, sorry. The video games will never be as cool as the cards. Straight up. Just straight up. The Pokemon video games will never be as cool as the cards. Period. Period, bro. Period. Why? Because of that. That's why. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I know. I saw, man, somebody told me to look at Octopath Traveler, and I got sad. Like, dude, imagine if modern Pokemon games looked like this. Gotta be so sick. Like, imagine, dude. Imagine, God, it would look so good. Like, imagine you're walking around a city and it looks like that. My God. I do. I loathe the art direction of the new Pokemon games. I think they look hideous. They do. Yeah. I think the new Pokemon video games just don't inspire. They look gross. Now this, I mean, that it just looks so pretty. Like imagine you're the thing about this is too with like with an art direction like this, you know, they could have really pulled out all the tricks and yeah, it's not worth thinking about what could have been because it's just gonna make me sad, but it's cool. Anyways, we always got the cards. All right, that's why we always got the cards. If Pokemon was still like this, would it be accepted in today's world? Absolutely. Octopath Traveler is a very successful franchise and critically acclaimed. Of course. Of course it would. Thank you, K-Man, for that gifted sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, look at Stardew Valley. Is Stardew Valley accepted in today's world? Of course it is. Look at Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is like one of the most popular games on Steam. This is a really nice Whiscash. Yes, it is. Yeah, you know, because like I was looking at, let's see. I was looking at where was like there was the thing about like the new mode in Cyberpunk. Let's see. Yeah. I was looking at this, right? Like Cyberpunk's new overdrive mode, you know, like people, you know, you got like the crazy new, you know, graphics card that can do this, that, or the other. Like in my opinion, like if you're not like doing this, like why even try to go realistic? Like this is where the realistic looking games are going this way. But like Nintendo will never go for this, right? Because this isn't what Nintendo does. So go the opposite direction. Go more stylized, you know? Go more artistic. That's, in my opinion, your game's just going to look bad next to stuff like this. It's like Pokemon, you know what I mean? But Pokemon doesn't have to look like this. It doesn't have to. That's okay. You know, but like Nintendo as a franchise isn't going this direction, and they're not really like trying to capitalize on this market. So like, well, I think like that's the thing is like Pokemon's supposed to be like fun and cartoonish. It's not supposed to be hyper realistic. So that's why I don't like the 3D models of the Pokemon world, because I feel like it's just kind of awkward, right? The 3D models look kind of awkward, not like, it's like, because you got this 3D world, but then it's like, but things don't look realistic. So like, what's going on? It's like, you need like a stylized, you need to pick a style that kind of fits the franchise. And I feel like Wind Waker, you know, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Pokemon but Wind Waker or Pokemon but Octopath Traveler. The thing is like we're picking out other franchises that have done like a stylized approach more successfully, right? And I think with Pokemon, it's like Octopath Traveler has like a really nice stylistic choice. Breath of the Wild, I think, did do it successfully, right? Because they didn't do hyper realistic. It's almost like kind of like an advanced Wind Waker style. It feels like almost like a combo between cell shaded and 3D. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is stylized. It's kind of like a cell shaded hybrid is what it's like a cell shaded hybrid is what Breath of the Wild has going on. And I think Pokemon could do a thing like that. But personally, I think that Pokemon shouldn't even go that 3D. I think that they should do something like Octopath Traveler. Like, I think, to me, Pokemon, that like feels very Pokemon to me. But, you know, I don't be making them decisions. So, we got Wish Cash. Who cares? Like I said, the games don't matter. All that matters is the cards. Right? Right. The cards, that's the thing, though. The video games, it kind of been ugly as butt lately. But the cards have been getting prettier and prettier. Okay? I'm just saying. The cards, they're killing it on that front. So I can't complain. I know. Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee weren't that bad. I know. I hate that defense for the Pokemon Company, though. Right? Weren't that bad. I hate that defense. Man, I ain't looking for not that bad, bro. As a Pokemon fan, I ain't looking for not that bad. That's not what I'm looking for something gorgeous. Yeah, I'm done with not that bad with the Pokemon franchise. No. Pokemon is the highest grossing franchise in the world. We're looking for the best. Right? Yeah, we ain't doing not that bad anymore. All right? Listen, this ain't Sonic. All right? Pokemon ain't Sonic. We're not talking not that bad. That doesn't count. With Sonic, all right, Sonic can get away with, well, it wasn't that bad. All right, because it's Sonic. Yeah, Pokemon don't get to do that. Don't get to do the Sonic defense. Listen, I ain't got nothing against Sonic. I love Sonic. But you got to admit, the Sonic, Sonic's been putting out mid-games forever. And real Sonic fans are just like, hey, well, this last game wasn't that bad. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, we are not turning the Pokemon expectations into the Sonic expectation. You know what I mean? Sonic, the bar is so low for Sonic fans. You know what I mean? The bar is like on the ground for Sonic fans. All they have to do is put out a game that's not that bad, and Sonic fans are like, woohoo! And what I'm saying is, as Pokemon fans, we need to not allow that. Pokemon fans need to not just be like, woohoo! Another mid-game, yes. Take my money. I like Sonic. I do. But I can't pretend like any of his games have been playable since, like, the Game Boy Advance games. Like, the side-scrolling, like, I liked Sonic Rush. You know, I like those games. I liked Sonic Adventure 2 Battle when I was a kid. Heroes is playable. See what I'm saying? Like, we should not imagine people describing Pokemon games like that. Well, you know, the latest Pokemon, it's like playable. Sonic Mania was great. That's like a fan-designed game. They hired the fan game creators. I know. And then the fans created the best Sonic game released in a decade. The Chow Garden, I know. I used to play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Man, I played a lot of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Yeah. All right. Come on. Playable without fail, you will fall through solid ground several times in new Sonic games. Well, that's what I'm saying, Heed. So what I'm saying is that as Pokemon fans, we got to ask for more. That's what I'm saying. Got to ask for more. Because a lot of us have poured our lives into these franchises, right? As fans. Do you know what I am saying? Anyways, let's talk about Whiscash. Whiscash is an extremely handsome fish. It's got 140 hit points, fighting type Pokemon that evolves from the excellent Barboach. Whiscash has 2 attacks. Its second attack, Land Crush. You'll probably never power that up. But Rock Wildly, for 1 fighting energy, allows you to discard the top card of your opponent's deck for each fighting energy attached to Whiscash. So maybe, just maybe, there are some Whiscash Mildreams out there. If fighting type Mill starts to get more resources, it could be a Gym Leader Challenge deck as well. But as it is right now, you know, how are we getting all these fighting energy onto Whiscash? And then, yeah, there's a lot of questions I have. But I like this card. It's cool, and the potential is there. Bro, the new triple energy? All right, hold up. I just thought about the new reversal energy. In standard format, you could have a deck with Lugia V-Star and Archeops. All right, in standard format, you could have a deck with Archeops, and you set up Archeops, and then you accelerate reversal energy onto Whiscash. With 4 reversal energy attached, you're going to be able to Rock Wildly for a discard of 12. All right, now we're cooking, dude. Now we're talking. That's what's up. All right, Whiscash Mill, I see you. I see you. I hear you loud and clear. I think it's going to be a thing. At the very least, a silly deck. Why do they even bother printing cards so bad? You ever ask yourself that? Like, what's up? What's up with the Toxicroak? To fill packs? The art looks great. Why not make its Fist Thorns attack do like 90 damage? Or like 120 or something? Like, why not just make it like do 120 damage? 60? It's so low. Why are you so weak? Why don't they like at least bump the number up a little bit? Oh no, bro. Crabs. All right, we got crabs. Crabominable is a fighting type stage 1 Pokemon with 160 HP. It's got 2 attacks. Its first attack, Confront, does 50 damage. And then Knuckle Impact. I love Knuckle Impact. And you guys remember the original Knuckle Impactor? It was Buzzwole GX. Crabominable has the Knuckle Impact attack. Crabominable has the Knuckle Impact attack, which does 170 damage for 2 fighting and a colorless energy. Ooh, I know what it does. During your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. Just like Buzzwole. Yeah, he's probably not very good, but he's cool though. Monkey. All right, guys. Garganacl is the strongest Salt Block Pokemon ever printed. This card is insane. 180 hit points and the Blessed Salt ability, which heals 20 damage from each of your Pokemon during Pokemon checkup. That means when your turn ends and you pass to your opponent, you heal 20 damage from all of your Pokemon. And when it's your turn again, coming back from your opponent's turn, you heal 20 damage from all of your Pokemon. That's a 40 damage heal back and forth. Garganacl is absolutely insane for fighting type Gym Leader Challenge decks. Yeah, will this card be good in standard format? Maybe, if the format slows down to a point where we're playing thin stage 2 lines again, but we're not quite there right now, maybe in a year or two. As for Gym Leader Challenge format, this card rocks. Get it? It has a great amount of HP, and its attack, Knockhammer, does 130 damage, and you get to discard a card from the top of your opponent's deck. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, all of your opponent's cards, except for basic energy, are going to be singleton cards. So every time you discard a card from the top of your opponent's deck, there's a chance that it might be a very valuable card. 130 damage is also the magic number in Gym Leader Challenge format, since most attackers have about 130 hit points. You can boost that 130 damage very easily in fighting type decks. You've got Fighting Dojo, you've got Muscle Band, Strong Energy. You can make your Garganacl tanky as well. You've got various tool cards that you can attach that decrease the amount of damage your Garganacl will take, as well as Stone Fighting Energy. So I really like the tank and heal strategy of Garganacl, and Garganacl can also heal off all of the damage that some of your best fighting type attackers do to your own Pokemon, like Donphan from Vivid Voltage. Love this guy. He also does 20 damage to each of your bench Pokemon, which is kind of annoying. And Garganacl can just heal all of that, allowing you to Earthquake turn after turn without having to worry about knocking out your own Pokemon. Garganacl is sick. And I'm stoked about this guy. Thank you, JB Gamble, for the Prime sub and the 46 months. Yeah, this thing is sick, dude. This thing is real sick. Yeah, it like plays into fighting's strategies like perfectly. I love it. And 20 damage between turns? That's gnarly. That's 40 damage back and forth, bro. Love that. Moose. Ting-Lu EX. This card is really good and really disruptive. It's a basic Pokemon EX with 240 HP. That's big, okay? For comparison, Man, bro. For comparison, Pikachu and Zekrom Tag Team GX had 240 HP, and it gave up 3 prize cards when it got knocked. For comparison, Pikachu and Zekrom Tag Team GX also had 240 hit points, and it gave up 3 prize cards when it got knocked out. Ting-Lu EX is a very beefy Pokemon. Being a Pokemon EX, it only gives up 2 prize cards when it gets knocked out. 240 HP is very substantial. It's got the ability Cursed Ground, which reads, if this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, your opponent's Pokemon with damage counters on them have no abilities, excluding Pokemon EX. So what's really cool about Ting-Lu EX is that you can shut down single prize Pokemon's abilities. All you have to do is spread damage to your opponent's board. That means you can stop Bibarel's Industrious Incisors. You can stop Comfey's Flower Selecting. You can shut down any non-Pokemon EX's abilities. That means Genesect V's Fusion Strike System. Any of those abilities. Archeops's Primal Turbo ability. Any of those abilities that your opponent's deck relies on, Ting-Lu EX can stop right away. Any of those powerful abilities that your opponent's deck relies on, Ting-Lu EX can completely shut down thanks to its Cursed Ground ability. It's also got the Land Scoop attack for 3 fighting energy. It does 150 damage, and you get to place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. So it plays into the Cursed Ground ability, allowing you to choose one of your opponent's Pokemon on their bench that you don't want to have their ability anymore. So it plays perfectly into that Cursed Ground strategy, allowing you to place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, so that Pokemon's ability won't work anymore. I think Ting-Lu EX is going to really open the door for new ability lock decks to see success, and I'm really excited to see what kind of strategies Ting-Lu EX employs to win games. Weavile is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Of all 1,000 plus Pokemon in the Pokemon franchise, Weavile is one of the nearest and dearest to my heart. However, they haven't been printing very good Weavile cards lately, but this one's okay. It's kind of mid. It's fine. It's got a interesting ability. Hunt Assault reads once during your turn. When this Pokemon moves from your bench to the active spot, you may switch in one of your opponent's benched basic Pokemon to the active spot. So in some ways, it's kind of an unlimited gust, since all you have to do is move Weavile from the bench to your active spot, and then you can bring up one of your opponent's benched basic Pokemon. So that means Lumineon V. So that means you can bring up Pokemon like Lumineon V or any bench sitters that your opponent might be relying on, and then knock them out with presumably a more powerful attacker, because Weavile's attack stinks. So you're never going to be attacking with this thing, but it is kind of neat that you can pivot into it and then retreat Weavile and attack the Pokemon that you brought into the active spot. Now, Weavile has a retreat cost of 1. Really wish this card had a free retreat cost. That would make it just that much more viable. With a retreat cost of 1, you will need some sort of card to help the Weavile pivot in and out of the active spot. Unfortunately, Beach Court only helps basic Pokemon, and Air Balloon just rotated out of Standard. But maybe we'll get something like Floatstone or Air Balloon printed again soon. Jet Energy Retreat. I mean, I guess. But then you don't want to attach an energy. That's the whole point. You don't want to attach an energy to it, because you'd rather attach an energy to your attacker. Listen, I'm just on that Weavile copium, okay? This card's not going to be good. I'm on that Weavile cope train right now because I like Weavile a lot. Ain't no way that card's going to be good. Graphii. 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 90 hit point, Darkness, Stage 1 Pokemon with 2 attacks. Spit Poison makes it so your opponent's active Pokemon is poisoned. That tracks. Then Colorful Graffiti for 1 Darkness energy. You can discard any number of basic energy cards from your hand, and the attack does 40 damage for each type of basic energy you discarded in this way. There are, like 8 different types of basic energy. 8 times 4. You could do 320 damage if you discard all 8 different types of basic energy from your hand. The odds of you being able to do that are not very high. However, maybe if you have some sort of draw engine that helps you to amass a gigantic hand, imagine Tinkaton, right, with its gather materials ability, you get to discard a card from your hand, draw 3, or Curlia's Refinement, discard a card from your hand, draw 2. Then with Energy Retrieval, you can bring basic energy back into your hand. With Superior Energy Retrieval, you can bring 4 basic energy back into your hand. And then Skadoosh, 320 damage. Maybe. All right, I'll give it maybe. The problem is Lost Box. Lost Box, Sableye, Cramorant, it's just all better than this, right? We need to wait a little while longer. Lost Box needs to rotate out of Standard, and then maybe your silly decks like Graffiti will get to shine. Not talking about Tyranitar? What's there to talk about? He's 180 hit point. The artwork's awesome, but it's not playable in Gym Leader Challenge format. Not playable in Standard format. Yeah. So we keep it pushing. Bombardier. Delivery Pocket. Search your deck for a basic Pokemon and put it onto your bench. Dark Edge, 120. How about no, Scotty? Dragon Pokemon are back. They skipped Dragon Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. You thought we wouldn't notice. We did. Where were they? Taking a vacation? Didn't want to show up for work? That's fine. We've got one Dragon Pokemon. It looks like. Literally one. It's just Noivern EX, which evolves from Noibat, which is also Dragon. Okay, so two. We've got two Dragon Pokemon. It looks like in our upcoming Paldea Evolved set, Noivern EX has 2 attacks and 260 HP. Covert Flight does 70 damage, and during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from basic Pokemon. Okay. It only does 70. It walls off basic Pokemon. We're entering an age of the Pokemon TCG where evolution Pokemon are becoming more popular than ever, so I don't really think that this attack is very good. If you think about every competitive deck, they pretty much all have options to attack with evolutions, or in the case of Lost Box, you can always escape rope the Noivern to the bench, and then you could always also place damage counters on the Noivern with Sableye. So yeah, like maybe it almost maybe it almost counters Lost Box, but Lost Box has so many ways around that effect. And then Dominant Echo for a Psychic and a Darkness does 140 damage, and during your opponent's next turn, they can't play any special energy or stadium cards from their hand. This is interesting because you could use it to lock Path to the Peak in play and do 100 and... This is interesting because you can use it to lock Path to the Peak in play or Temple of Sinnoh in play, which is pretty disruptive. Being able to lock a disruptive stadium card in play while also preventing your opponent from attaching special energy is just quite good. 140 damage means you're going to be 2-hit KOing most things in standard format, and Noivern EX also has free retreat, which is a really welcome card stat. All in all, Noivern EX is pretty good. I think this card could see some play. Yeah, they could play Lost Vacuum. You're right. Trash it. Boop, boop. Nope. Here's our other magnificent Wings of Union attacker, and in my humble opinion, the most handsome of them all, Flamigo, the best new Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet. I will not be hearing any sort of what is it called when someone says that they disagree with you? What word am I looking for? I will not be hearing any sort of counter arguments to this take. Flamigo's the best. Just look at chat right now. Filled with Flamigos. Thank you, Stripe, for the Prime sub in the 4 months. All right, chat. I need you to give me a wall of Flamigos. Give me a Flamigo wall. Flamigo wall. Flamigos. We need to spam Flamigos. Up next, we have got the most handsome and magnificent of the Wings of Union Pokemon, Flamigo. The best new Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet, in my very correct opinion. Flamigo owns. It's got the Flock Together ability, which reads once during your turn. When you place this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench, you may search your deck for up to 3 Flamigo and put them into your hand. That's pretty good, since Wings of Union does more damage for the amount of Pokemon with the Wings of Union attack in the discard pile, you can use Flamigo's Flock Together ability to put your other Flamigo into your hand and then use a card like Professor's Research or Ultra Ball to discard those Flamigo so that you can do more damage with your Wings of Union attack. Flamigo holding the whole team together, pulling the whole strategy together and unifying it, making it possible. I love it. Delivery Drone is an item card that allows you to flip 2 coins. If both of them are heads, you get to search your deck for any one card and put it into your hand. This is not a good card. Charm of Courage is a new tool card that gives the basic Pokemon it's attached to plus 50 hit points. My goodness, that sounds familiar. It's almost like we just had a card that did the same exact thing in the Sword and Shield block. This is like Cape of Toughness 2. Okay. Saguaro is a new supporter card that heals 50 damage from up to 2 of your Pokemon. I like cards that heal cards. Cool. Iono is probably the most hyped supporter card of the last handful of years. I mean, I don't think that a supporter card this good has been printed in a long, long time. Iono is the quintessential comeback card, but remixed. Iono is incredible. It is going to make or break games. Iono is going to be a mainstay in the Pokemon TCG as long as this card is legal. It is a supporter card that reads each player shuffles their hand and puts it on the bottom of their deck, then draws a card for each of their remaining prize cards. Now, obviously, the comparisons to N are very warranted. I mean, it is a very similar card to N from Noble Victories. But, is it from Noble Victories? N is from Noble Victories. Yes. But, it's like N with a little bit of Marnie mixed in. You have to shuffle your hand and put it on the bottom of your deck. Many decks, almost all decks, are going to play Iono. And not just one of them, probably a few of them, since it's a great draw card early on in the game and an incredible disruption card as the game wears on. I am very excited about the return of this kind of effect to the Pokemon TCG. Pokemon promised comeback effects, and they have delivered on that promise. Let's go. I know, GLC deck's getting a second N. Don't mind if I do. Wilderness of Disaster is a new stadium that makes the retreat cost of each basic Pokemon except for fighting Pokemon 1 colorless more. That's fine. These stadiums seem a little underpowered compared to stadiums that we've seen in the past, like Galar Mine is just +2 retreat to everything. This makes it so that only basic Pokemon get their, retreat cost increased. Seems fine. They just don't seem as powerful as stadium cards we've seen before. And then Therapy Energy, exactly what we all wanted. More buffs for Lugia V-Star decks. Therapy Energy is a special energy that provides 1 colorless energy. And the Pokemon that it's attached to can't be asleep, confused, or paralyzed. And if it is, it becomes not that. So it heals Pokemon that are asleep confused, or paralyzed, and it works after the effect. And it works after the fact. So if you've got a Pokemon that's asleep, confused, or paralyzed in the active spot, and you use Archeops's Primal Turbo ability to accelerate one of these bad boys from the deck to that Pokemon becomes healed of its special conditions. This is a very powerful special energy card. It's going to pair very well with Archeops, who is the best energy accelerator probably at least printed in the last handful of years, maybe ever. We're almost there, folks. Time to go through Triplet Beat. Triplet Beat, kind of a small set. We got it. Cool. Let's take a look at Triplet Beat as well. Paldea Evolved will also see the introduction of the Paldean starters with their beautiful EX forms, hence the name Paldea Evolved. First up, we've got Meowscarada EX, a Stage 2 Grass-type Pokemon EX with 310 hit points. It's got the ability Magic Bouquet, which requires that you discard a grass energy from your hand, and then you can choose one of your opponent's benched Pokemon and put 3 damage counters on it. I really like this style of ability that allows you to take knockouts by placing damage counters. We've got Inteleon VMAX, which has a very similar ability right now with the Double Gunner ability. There's Radiant Blastoise. In the past, we had Decidueye GX, which was one of my favorites. Man. In the past, we had Decidueye GX, which was one of my... In the past, we had Decidueye GX, which was one of my... In the past, we had Decidueye GX, which was one of my favorite decks to play. And now getting to see that kind of strategy revived with Meowscarada EX is very exciting. And with energy recovery cards like Superior Energy Retrieval, we'll have more options than ever to recover those grass energy from the discard pile. Its attack, Nail Scratch, jives perfectly with Magic Bouquet. For 2 colorless energy, it does 100 damage plus 120 more damage if your opponent's active Pokemon already has any damage counters on it. Meowscarada EX is really cool, and I'm looking forward to playing with this card. Thank you, Logan Berry, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you to everybody with the supports, the subs. Thank you, guys. Man. Just gotta stop and admire this Tauros real quick. This is one of the dopest, hardest Pokemon TCG arts ever. This Tauros goes crazy. I wish that I had a giant poster of this Tauros framed and printed so that I could hang in my house. I mean, this thing is beautiful. Look at how ferocious it is. And it's also a pretty decent attacker in Gym Leader Challenge decks. Fire-type Gym Leader Challenge decks are just craving a good, basic, vanilla attacker. And Tauros, almost fulfills that. It does 120 damage for 3, and you have to discard an energy from this Pokemon. You really wish it was 130 damage. Is that too much to ask? How come no basic fire Pokemon does 130 damage? There's maybe one. I think there's a Reshiram maybe. But Yeah, it's cool though. He looks great. Oricorio is a cool new holo rare with the Passionate Dance ability, which allows you to heal 20 damage from your active evolution Pokemon. So if you're playing a tank and heal style deck, you could have 4 Oricorio on your bench and heal 80 damage from your active evolution Pokemon every turn, which would make it pretty difficult for your opponent to take knockouts. Skeledirge EX has 340 HP and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Vitality Song, does 50 damage, and you heal 30 damage from each of your Pokemon. You know that tank and heal strategy I was just talking about with Oricorio? Yeah, well, maybe Skeledirge is that dude. It's also got the Burning Voice attack for 2 fire energy, does 270 damage, which is a lot. But it also does 10 less damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. So you're going to want to heal your Skeledirge, or else it's not going to do a lot of damage. However, if it's at full HP, 270 is a lot. You're just 1 damage buff away from being able to knock out Pokemon V-Star like Lugia V-Star. Uh-huh. No. Look at this extremely handsome duck. Quaquaval EX. A Stage 2 Water-type Pokemon with 320 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Lively Samba, does 60 damage for 1 water energy, and then you switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon, and your opponent does the same thing. A nice little hit-and-run style attack. And then Propeller Shot for a water and a colorless energy does 230 damage, and you put 2 energy from this Pokemon into your hand. You could pair this attack with healing cards like Cheryl, since it bounces the energy back to your hands. Then the Quaquaval EX could take a hit. You could play Cheryl and then attach another energy, use Lively Samba, switch the Pokemon to your bench, and you got a neat little strategy going on right there. Wattrel is the third Wings of Union Pokemon, and I do love this artwork. The pastels are very nice. The aesthetics of the Wings of Union deck are top-notch. Wattrel, Murkrow, and Flamigo. The 3 amigos. Love it. Kilowattrel is pretty cool for Lightning-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. Kilowattrel is pretty cool for Lightning-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. It's a Stage 1 Pokemon with 120 hit points and the Jet Wing attack, which does 150 damage, and during your next turn, this Pokemon cannot attack, but this bird has free retreat, so you can swing with Jet Wing, then retreat to the bench, no problem, into a new attacker like Zapdos from Team Up with the Thunderous Assault attack, and then you can pivot back into Kilowattrel to swing for 150 damage again. And since the attack cost is pure colorless, you can use any sort of special energy or whatever to help power up this attack cost. So I like this attacker. It's also resistant to fighting instead of weak to fighting, which is nice if you're trying to diversify your Lightning deck's weaknesses. Who doesn't like being a little bit of a troll sometimes? Mismagius is kind of a tricky fella. With the magical flick ability, you can move an energy from one of your... With the magical flick ability, you get to move an energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon to one of their bench Pokemon when you evolve Mismagius into... Yeah. Who doesn't like causing a little bit of disruption, a little bit of chaos? Mismagius has the magical flick ability, which allows you to move an energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon to one of their bench Pokemon when you evolve Misdrevius into Mismagius. That's pretty cool. Dedenne EX is a terrestrial Pokemon. Just look at that magnificent fairy crystal crown thing and the terrestrial effect, which makes it not take any damage on the bench. Tail Swap costs 2 psychic energy, and you get to move all damage counters from one of your bench Pokemon to your opponent's active Pokemon. This is kind of interesting. This is kind of interesting for Gardevoir EX decks, since Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace ability places damage counters on your Pokemon. Then you could move those damage counters off of that Pokemon with Dedenne EX. If you want to fully heal one of your Pokemon in a Gardevoir deck, Dedenne can help you do that while dishing out damage in return. This Tinkaton is awesome. I love this card. I got to use Tinkaton in my triplet beat build-in battle with Michael Zealy, and Tinkaton hard carried in one of my games. It's got the Gather Materials ability, which requires that you discard a card from your hand. Then you get to draw 3 cards. And this Tinkaton combos really well with Tinkaton EX, which has an attack that does 30 damage times the amount of cards in your hand. Tinkaton could be a neat draw option in standard formats, but it's kind of overshadowed by Kirlia with the Refinement ability and the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, which are kind of leading the way with those drawing abilities. However, in Gym Leader Challenge format, Tinkaton could be pretty good, since it's also a solid attacker with the special hammer attack for a psychic and a colorless energy, does 90 damage plus 90 more damage if Tinkaton has any special energy attached to it. With Dimension Valley in play, you can use this attack for just 1 energy, and with Horror Psychic Energy and Mystery Energy, there are some great special energies available for Psychic type decks in Gym Leader Challenge formats. I really like this card. I think it's cool. And Tinkaton rocks. So, good stuff. Hariyama is a Stage 1 fighting type Pokemon with the Supporting Act ability, which makes all of your Pokemon take 10... Hariyama is a Stage 1 fighting type Pokemon with the Supporting Act ability, which makes all of your Pokemon take 10 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. It's like a little underpowered. It stacks. If you've got 4 Hariyama in play, then your Pokemon are going to be taking 40 less damage from the opponent's attacks, but then you'll have 4 Hariyama in play, which doesn't seem like a great way to actually go about winning a game of Pokemon cards. If this was minus 20 or minus 30, then maybe we'd be talking, but minus 10, I think is just a little bit too weak. Lycanroc EX is a fighting type Stage 1 Pokemon EX with 260 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Rock Throw, does 40 damage. Then Scary Fang for a fighting and 2 colorless does 140 damage. And during your opponent's next turn, if this Pokemon is damaged by an attack, you put 10 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. It's kind of interesting against single prize decks. If your opponent attacks with a Pokemon that doesn't have a lot of HP, then they will be instantly KO'd by the Scary Fang effect. So it's kind of useful for that, but all in all, Lycanroc EX seems a little bit underpowered. Paldean Clodsire EX is a very handsome boy. Look at this dude. 280 hit points and the awesome Poison Bog ability, which allows you to leave your opponent's active Pokemon poisoned if there is a stadium in play once during your turn. So a great way to rack up extra damage on your opponent's Pokemon. This is a cool card. Hydreigon is a very destructive energy accelerator. It is like the, Hydreigon I'm pretty sure is like the destroyer Pokemon, I think is like literally what it's called. The brutal Pokemon. Right. Man. Where is it? There are a slew of stories about villages that were destroyed by Hydreigon. It bites anything that moves. See? That's fun. Pokedex. Yeah. That's fun. Anyways. Hydreigon is a very destructive energy accelerator. It is the destroyer Pokemon, after all. It's got 180 HP and the Try How ability, which reads, once during your turn, you may look at the top 3 cards of your deck and attach any number of energy cards you find there to your Pokemon in any way you like. Cool. Then you have to discard the other cards. Ugh. So if you're trying to get your whole deck into the discard pile, Hydreigon can certainly help you do that. Otherwise, you might want to choose a different energy accelerator. Superior Energy Retrieval is back. This is a great energy recovery card. It's an item card that requires that you discard 2 cards from your hand. Then you get to place 4 basic energy cards from your discard pile back into your hand. This is going to pair really well with the new Baxcalibur and those decks that try to accelerate water energy into play with Baxcalibur, since you can get the water energy back from the discard pile with just 1 item card and then accelerate them all into play at once. Dendra Nar Clavel. Clavel is a pretty cool supporter card for Gym Leader Challenge format. Probably not for standard. These kinds of supporters like Gloria haven't really seen any play in standard format recently. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, they are all the rage. Clavel is a supporter that allows you to search your deck for up to 3 basic Pokemon that have 120 hit points or less and put them into your hand. And what's cool about Clavel is that it puts the basic Pokemon into your hand. So if you're playing a deck like Psychic in Gym Leader Challenge format, you can use Clavel If you're playing a deck like Psychic in Gym Leader Challenge format, you can use Clavel to help you set up, grabbing a couple of Pokemon, like maybe a Ralts and a Dreepy. Then you can also grab Marshadow and use its Let Loose ability and you could also grab Marshadow and use its Let Loose ability to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 4 cards. So I really like Clavel for that. But other than that use, I mean, maybe just Bridget and Gloria are better. All right, who's Getsis pilled? Anybody out here playing Getsis as their boss of choice? Who thinks Getsis is the baddest? Let's do a poll. Man. Oh, God, I gotta stretch. Oh, Lordy. God. You ever think to yourself, human bodies were not crafted to sit in chairs for this long? Thank you, Shadowfax, for the Prime sub. Poll. Which boss are you? Are you Getsis? Are you Cyrus? Are you Giovanni? Or are you Lysandre? Or are you waiting for a girl boss? What the? There you go. Yo, what the heck? How come all the bosses are dudes? You think Lucamine will get a girl boss? Yeah, Lucamine counts. Yeah. But like all the bosses orders cards though so far are dudes. Officer Jenny boss? You would easily be Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny boss. Yo, let's get an Officer Jenny Pokemon card. All right. How long do you think, if we start demanding an Officer Jenny Pokemon card right now, how long do you think until we could get, do you think that we could actually affect, if we as the Tricky Gym community start demanding it right now? There is a Nurse Joy Pokemon. It's Pokemon Center lady. Yeah. Bro, we can have more faith, Oradash. Have more faith. We can do it. All right. Chat is voting. Which boss art are you? We've got 12% Getsis, 19% Cyrus, 37% Giovanni, 8% Lysander, poor Team Flare, and 24% waiting for a girl boss. Yeah, add me to the 24%. What the heck, man? Getsis Boss's Orders is pretty cool. Gotta say, I love this artwork. Getsis is totally dripped out. Looks fantastic. Artisan Town is a really good new stadium card that allows you to search your deck for a basic Pokemon, accept Pokemon that have a rule box, and put it onto your bench. This is obviously very good in Gym Leader Challenge, since now every Gym Leader Challenge deck will have the option to play a stadium card that searches out basic Pokemon. That's great. Really cool. In standard format, this card can help your deck to set up, and if you're playing a deck that doesn't really care about getting basic Pokemon EX into play, then this deck can certainly help get basic Pokemon into play. We do already have Nest Ball and Battle VIP Pass, which are both seeing a lot of play right now, so I think more likely that standard decks decide to play Mezagoza, which allows you to flip a coin and then find a Pokemon from your deck and put it into your hand if you flip a heads, but Artisan Town is still very good. Lesson Studio is a new stadium card that makes it so that your stage 1 Pokemon do 10 more damage to your active... Lesson Studio is a new stadium card that makes it so that your stage 1 Pokemon do 10 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. Neat. Now, Jet Energy is going to make Lost Box even better than it was previously. It's already the best deck in the format, probably, and Jet Energy is going to take Lost Box to another level, another plane of existence, another stratosphere all its own. Jet Energy is a special energy that provides a colorless energy, and when you attach it from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon, you switch that Pokemon with your active Pokemon. And what Jet Energy allows you to do is you can attach Jet Energy to a Comfey on your bench, which then switches it into the active spot so that you can use Flower Selecting. Then you can retreat the Jet Energy off of your Comfey into another Comfey and then use Flower Selecting again. So it's a switch card and an energy card all in one, which is going to be very good for Lost Box. This is a very powerful special energy, and it's going to see play. Thank you, K-Man, for the sub and the 3 months in advance. I appreciate you, K-Man. Thank you. It gets around Paralysis and Lugia, but so does Therapy Energy, so who cares? Therapy Energy already does that. Yeah. The Therapy Energy is going to be nuts. Thank you. This doesn't come out before Therapy. They come out at the same time. Thank you, J. Dell, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. They're all coming out at the same time. I'm pretty sure. At least that's the point of this video. We're doing the Paldea Evolved set review. And finally, Luminous Energy. Without fail, every block has got some sort of rainbow energy. And in the Scarlet and Violet block, we've got Luminous Energy as a special energy that provides every type of energy when attached to a Pokemon, but only one at a time, just like Rainbow Energy, except the clause on Luminous Energy is that if the Pokemon this card is attached to has any other special energy attached to it, this card only provides one colorless energy instead. So you can only have Luminous Energy attached to your Pokemon if you want it to provide all of the energy types. Luminous Energy is a good special energy card, and you're going to want to play it in decks that can utilize it while fulfilling its requirement, right? That you only have the one Luminous Energy attached to a Pokemon at a time. Players that are fans of Regigigas, yeah, they are hurting right now without Aurora Energy. Luminous Energy does not necessarily fix the Regigigas problem, because you can't attach multiple Luminous Energy to the same Regi. But it does make your life as a Regi player slightly easier. I mean, you still have to play basic energy, and Regigigas can accelerate basic energy into play. It makes it better than it was. I don't know if it makes it playable. It certainly makes it better. And then you won't really be able to play this card at all in Lugia V-Star decks, since Lugia V-Star decks play entirely special energy, so the effect of Luminous Energy will pretty much never work. But Luminous Energy is a very good card, and it will most certainly see play. Cool. We've done it, chats. My God. We've done it. Set reviews are always a marathon, but it's worth it. And set reviews are fun. I'm not going to rush to get that out, but it was like, you know, I'm not going to rush to edit it up and do it to YouTube. I'll probably put it up on YouTube when I get back from London, from EUIC. But, you know, the cards just came out, so it's definitely worth talking about. Oh, this is going to be so sick because when I get back from EUIC, I'm also going to have those boxes to open. So the cards that we just reviewed, I'm going to have my hands on them. Probably like that Monday when I get back, Monday or Tuesday when I get back. I have a playlist on my YouTube channel with the with all of my Pokemon card set reviews. If you are interested in checking that out, just general reviews, set reviews. The set review's been doing pretty well lately on YouTube. Not gonna lie, so it's a cool different form video. The Scarlet and Violet set review, yeah, I got 54K. Okay, cool. It's pretty sick. So I'll probably release the Paldea Evolved set review. And that's the thing is, you want to get it out. You want to get the set review out early. Because then it's just like a nice resource when people when people Google Paldea Evolved set list or whatever, it'll proc in like the algorithms and stuff like that. You know, it'll come up on Google, you know. The old Google, because people be Googling. As the set is on the horizon, Paldea Evolved is certainly a set that people are excited about. So, yeah, Paldea Evolved is going to be nuts. For sure. Excited about that. Cool. Dope. Well, I got a lot of video editing to do between now and EUIC, so I know I promised Pokemon Trading Card Game live content today. Sorry. On Monday, we'll play Pokemon Trading Card Game live. I've got video editing to do. So I'm going to get to that. Monday, we'll be back on live. And I'll be testing for EUIC. I'm going to be traveling to EUIC. I'm going to be traveling to London on Tuesday. So I'm planning on streaming Monday and Tuesday. Tuesday, I'll have to see where I'm at with my video editing. Monday, I'm definitely streaming. Tuesday, I'll have to see where I'm at. If I'm in like a mad dash to get a video out on YouTube, then I might call Tuesday off, since I do have a flight to catch that afternoon. But if I'm caught up on my video editing, then there's no way I'll be caught up on my video editing. But I'll see you guys on Monday. Pokemon Trading Card Game live, testing for EUIC. We're going to be doing it on Monday. I'll see you guys then. Thank you all for the wonderful stream, for the subs, for the vibes, the hangs. I appreciate it. Y'all have a great weekend, okay? See ya.